President Vladimir Putin for peace talks to end the war. President Trump says he supports the idea.
I think it would be great if they met. They should get it done.
One person is dead, multiple people injured in a shooting at a home in Birmingham, Alabama. Birmingham police officer Darrell Freeman.
Well, we have been told by community members that that location rarely has any incidents. So this is actually shocking to us that something of that nature occurred there. But like I said, we'll continue to investigate and see what transpired in these incidents.
America's listening to Fox News.
Shouldn't you expect more from your SUV? Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 with more space to fit every aspect of your life, more style inside and out, and more advanced tech features that put you in control. There's more to the Mazda CX-5 because there's more to you.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading for financing as low as 1.9% APR for up to 60 months on select models. Shop online at piazzamazda.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're so delicious and with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's costing a lot more to host that summer cookout. Anyone who has had folks over for a barbecue recently has almost certainly noticed higher prices at the grocery store. The cost of hot dogs are up more than 18% from a year ago. Ground beef has risen almost 15%, and soda has soared north of 11%, according to retail data provider Spins. Even barbecue sauce has jumped close to 12%. Stu Leonard Jr. of Northeast Grocers, Stu Leonard, says he's caught in the middle between his suppliers and his shoppers.
Sales are brisk. Customers are buying, but they're also complaining. Okay, they're complaining about the prices of food right now. And not only just food, but I think their overall expenses in their normal lives.
A combination of factors, including the Iran war to bad weather, are pushing up grocery prices. Cal Poly agribusiness professor Ricky Volpe says food is going to become less affordable and consumers should be prepared for it. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
Tie those laces. It's time for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Kids 14 and under can join us post-game on Wednesday, June 17th after the Phils play the Marlins starting at 1:05. Head to Phillies.com to get tickets today. Save this date.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Kids 14 and under will receive a Toyota Johan Duran Card Show Bobble on Sunday, June 7th at 1:35 when the Phils host the White Sox. Grab tickets today at Phillies.com.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
The June heat is here and Philadelphia humidity is officially on the rise. Don't wait for the AC to start working overtime to realize the windows are failing. Call Window Nation now. During the June sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Upgrade the entire house and get half of those windows absolutely free. Plus, get started with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 full years. The experts at Window Nation provide a weather-tight seal in just 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big on those utility bills. Schedule your fast, free consultation today at windownation.com.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament coming to Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're looking forward to welcoming visitors from all over the world, and if you're a restaurant owner, you know the weeks ahead will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. If you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ POS to get a free demo. Visit pdqpos.com today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday morning, June 5th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this morning. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers on a Farish Friday where we get Sean for the full 4. Dawn, good morning. How are you, dear?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Friday. Woo! As we roll into a weekend, and not only do we get 1 Farish today, but we get 2. It's a BOGO Farish Friday sale. Hello, Shawnee.
Good morning. Long time no see.
Yeah.
Fight Club should be very interesting this morning, and I'll leave it at that, right?
Yes.
I think it's going to be very interesting this morning.
Yes. I can't wait for it. If you listened last week and you enjoyed the extra contributions from perhaps the Farish family, not only will you get Fight Club with the score, but not fight of the week, as we have a ton to get to. Any pork chops, broccoli last night, or is that tonight?
Let me tell you, I made earlier in the week. I was doing the pork chop game, but last night and the night before, I made a beautiful. I'm going to tell you something beautiful rump roast. Let me tell you, right? Roast beef. It's tremendous. We had the broccoli, but we subbed the pork. We subbed out some pork for some cows. I decided to watch The View for a little bit to watch the cows. You look at it. So there you go. I call them the bickering bovine, by the way, on The View.
I like that. Good work out of you, and I'm all for trimming out any of the pork or any of the fat.
Well, no. The pork will be right back. All right? I don't. The federal budget, we don't want pork, but on my Blackstone, we want a lot of pork. Okay?
Yeah. Well, apparently the United States Senate doesn't want to pass the Save America Act. That news coming up a little bit later. We got a good one for you today, though. John Bolton officially busted, put one on the board for the DOJ and the FBI. Thank God his skin is on the wall. That'll be the theme of the big take this morning. Also, Doge, kind of back. Kind of. Federal jobs being trimmed. Speaking of trimming the fat, we will get into that this morning. And also, perhaps the most talented player in the NBA, did he make a anti-American political gesture during Game 1 of the NBA Finals? We'll examine that footage coming up later this morning. And also an unbelievable study that reveals professors in college are only, and I say only sarcastically, slightly less left than Bernie Sanders. We're going to get into that coming up a little bit later this morning. We've got a wild cut sheet put together by Dan Borowski and Phil Almquist. We'll get to that coming up at 7:45 and a whole lot more. But let's get to the news. Round number one. Here we go at 6:05 because we're a little early this morning because Stalker's out, which means we do not get the 6:02 Stalker story.
Come for the cheesesteaks and stay for the bum pee.
Exactly. Stalker is up in New York or Long Island, I should say. Hofstra. Yeah, how does that work, Farish? So you're a Hofstra guy, and they don't bring you to Talker's magazine get-together function, but they pick a guy who went to community college.
That's all right. Listen, I don't really have much interest going up to Long Island right now. However, I hope he has fun. I mean, stay out of Uniondale.
You know, you paid your dues, you paid your debt. God knows you paid a lot of tuition to go to Hofstra. I mean, throw 47 a bone here. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, and stay out of Uniondale. It's not the best place. Surrounding that school, a lot of crime, right? Spoke about it. Send the FBI in there. A lot of crime.
All right, let's get to the news. Round number one. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Happy Friday. We are sponsored in Kayal & Company News Live this June the 5th, Friday, sponsored by Philly Hired. Looks like we are 66 degrees, and we're headed for an official heat wave with a high of 93 degrees. The breaking news of this morning, early this morning, Philadelphia police investigating a pizza delivery driver shot and killed in North Philadelphia. And this looked like it was something that was plotted, that was planned. So we're following that breaking news story. Happened about 1 o'clock this morning. We also have an active search for a missing swimmer. This is no longer a rescue mission, but the recovery efforts continue this morning to find his remains, the man's body. Police say a group of guys decided to go swimming in the Delaware River. This is while they were boating with friends, and that search right now centered near the Linden Ave boat ramp. This is Pleasant Hill Park in Philadelphia's Torresdale section. Philadelphia police, by the way, they're searching on the Pennsylvania side of the Delaware River, along with Burlington County and Ben Salem Marine units on the New Jersey side. So an active recovery effort, as police have not officially ID'd the missing man. Witnesses there and his friends who were boating with him identified him as Carlos. He's apparently a popular barber. And so family and friends had, gathered overnight as they were searching for him. the bottom line is that Barbara on Rising Sun Ave, by the way, the way this played out, according to police and the witnesses, the friends on the scene, they had 3 or 4 boats. Obviously, it was a beautiful evening last night, but we've got the heat. And so they're out on the boats, decided to take a dip, jump in, go swimming. One of them just, I think is not a great swimmer, had a long day, maybe the heat, I don't know, had a couple of beers, they did say.
Oh, wow, they did.
They were boating, they had a couple of, he had maybe a beer or 2, but they said, they were very honest about it, even doing their interviews, but they said that, he couldn't get back in the boat and was struggling. I love you. Those were his last words to his buddies. It's like, hey, I can't swim anymore, and I love you guys. And they're like, yo, wait, and he goes under.
Jesus.
And so they jump in. They're trying to find him. They're frantically calling 911. A river. You don't even the Wissahickon, the little Wissahickon.
The current can get you.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it. I wouldn't go swimming in the Delaware just because I think it's a dirty river, but a tragedy nonetheless. Yeah. I love boating, and Sean, where Percy Priest Lake is in Nashville. I've been boating out there. I've jumped in there. It's relatively clean comparatively speaking to the Delaware River here in the Philadelphia area. But that's just an awful story.
Yeah.
Wow,
that's terrible.
Heartbreaking. So they're working hard right now. We've got, like I say, on the Philadelphia side, we got a lot of different counties, first responders, and they searched overnight for him and continue this morning.
Wait, that's 3 now that you've had. This one, you had the boogie boarder, and then the one that you just what was it? The field trip or
the kids' field trip that's still in question because it turns out that 14-year-old. He is a Philadelphia school student, special needs kids who were he was fully dressed, and that was down the shore at the Jersey Shore. So there are a lot of questions surrounding that Philadelphia school and the chaperones.
Yeah.
So that is an active investigation as well.
And that was not a water event, so to speak, right? Like they were not swimming. It was boardwalking along the sand, right?
They were not supposed to be. He was not supposed to be swimming at that point. Remember, down the Jersey Shore right now, the water is 60 degrees.
Yeah, a little chilly still.
So he was fully. This little boy was fully dressed. That one's a real tragedy.
Yeah.
And his family preparing the funeral. And speaking of school children, we do have. I'll get into Philadelphia schools in a moment, but Philadelphia City Council advancing that preliminary $7.1 billion city budget for the upcoming fiscal year. The plan, and this is notable because we've been talking a lot and debating, Mayor Sherelle Parker's proposed what she called billionaire tech taxes. That included a $1 per ride surcharge on ride shares like Uber and Lyft, and a $7 million fund to create a dedicated pothole squad. I would have named it Pothole Patrol, but they call it the squad, following intense lobbying, according to Mayor Parker. And she said, we got played. Don't get played, which is like, that's I always say we get played. I was like, Mayor Parker.
I saw the video of her. I'm actually pulling up her X feed to see if I can find it.
Philadelphia.
She was very active on social media last night.
Not happy.
No.
You know where the old Sunoco.
Nobody's happy in Philadelphia.
Oh, will you shush?
You're right.
Would you shush?
The mayor would be happy.
Nobody's happy in Philadelphia. Just ask the Liberty Bell. The Liberty Bell said, I'm out. It's crack.
Has a crack problem.
She tweeted last night, billionaire big tech companies won round 1 today. Companies that have built enormously profitable business models on Philadelphia's streets, infrastructure, and Philadelphia's consumers. Asking them to contribute more to the city they profit from is not unreasonable. Dare I say, Dawn, when I see a Democrat and I see billionaires and I see the word taxes, a little socialist element from Sherelle there? It's Bernie-esque, is it not?
I think that she, to me, she was between a rock and a hard place because Philadelphia. So we have all of these. She's right. We have all these data centers. If you know where the old Sunoco refinery is that we talk about, it used to be smelly when you would come into the airport. Yep. No more smell that Sean Farish can make fun of, right? So if you're wondering what
there's a smell.
No.
Philly has a smell.
No.
When we landed, and the plane booed because they don't clap for things here.
Triggering
when they
me.
landed. Well,
Where's Mama Farish?
I thought you were distinct. Oh, she'll tell you. She'll say even worse things about it. Don't wait. A distinct stench came through the airplane. And I said,
I thought Stalker was off today.
I know. So what's going up at that huge area that was left vacant? Bill Gates facility. That's going to be a big facility for technology, and it's great for jobs. But these technology centers, according to Mayor Parker, they really, the deal is with the state, so they're not really paying Philly taxes. And so with regard to that, she's saying, she should just, in all honesty, she should go right to Bill Gates, make an appeal, especially because on this day that we have 52 Philadelphia schools where the kids are learning virtually. So think of the tens of thousands of Philadelphia school children who are banned from school today because of the heat wave and no working HVAC. Think about that. And let's just ask ourselves, where are all the protesters? Because, we've been talking for weeks, that all the prisoners, no matter whether you're an illegal non-citizen or a citizen, all the prisons, they're fully air conditioned. They're about 71 degrees this morning. And a lot of protesters we've been talking about in North Jersey, very worried about the meals and so on and so forth, although DHS denying that. But, I said my son Michael was taking out the garbage this morning. God bless him, at 4:50 in the morning because he forgot last night. And he goes, Mom, I know you guys, you and Nick, you're going to be talking about the schools, because he knows I'm going to be on a rant all day about the schools being shut down and no HVAC. Mm-hmm. But I said, yeah, Michael, I go, well, you know what? Look at the prisons. All the prisons are beautifully, perfectly air conditioned. Yep. If you want less people in prison, maybe make sure they're in school with the proper HVAC.
Yep. It's amazing. Illegal aliens at Delaney Hall under ICE detention have a cooler room than students in Philadelphia schools.
Amen.
Let that sink in. And tell me about intolerable conditions. Give me a break.
So essentially, and Mayor Parker, remember, she was back in the day a school teacher. And so she felt she was in a no-win situation. Yeah. She came up with that $1 per ride surcharge on ride shares like Uber and Lyft. She lost the battle for food delivery and stuff like that. She tried that one too. Mm-hmm. But in this one, also, it would be the $7 million fund to create a dedicated pothole squad. That one as well. So this is preliminarily approved $7.1 billion for the city budget. It provides $25 million in anti-violence grant programs, $25 million, and I believe a lot of that with the help of the DA's office. That goes out. Housing and homelessness, $10 million goes to that for modular affordable housing, and more than $110 million over 5 years to try to end homelessness. Then let's talk about education. So council's budget does carve out nearly, not quite $50 million, but this is a one-time funding situation to help address the school district of Philadelphia's deficit. I will tell you, we spend on average more than most of the nation on the average child in Philadelphia. Some estimates as high as $28,000 per child, which is when you combine all the federal dollars, state dollars, city dollars, etc. Yep. And so that nearly $50 million, where does that go? What does that do? That just is plugging holes. They still are going to shut down the 17 schools that we've talked a lot about. All of these parents are outraged over. And some of these schools are excellent schools where they have, some of the highest graduation rates, 95% graduation rates, et cetera. And the parents are saying, why would you close schools that are neighborhood schools? But that's the target right now. They're going to close these 17. Mm-hmm. So this is really patching a hole. And then as one individual said, kicking the can down the road. Yep. That's all they've done.
That's all they ever do. Yep.
So let's take you to Chester County, Pennsylvania. Chester County, PA, by the way, among the highest property taxes in all of Pennsylvania. So I'm sure the folks in Chester County are not thrilled. as their officials are urging residents that you'd better cut back on water because of worsening drought conditions, straining groundwater supplies, and even leaving some wells running dry in Chester County. And so essentially saying there's really no answer to this one. We just need rain. So maybe the Democrats who now run Chester County, I don't know if they're planning any rain dances or anything, but they're really saying until we get rain, Chester County, you better start making sure that they don't want you out there washing your car.
Oh, here we go.
And rationing the water.
What, a couple of days of hot weather, we have a water issue? We had one of the worst springs. It was cold, damp, and wet for months.
40% of Chester County residents rely on wells for their water, and they're saying that they have depleted groundwater supplies.
Was Karen Bass in charge of Chester as well now? I'm thinking about dry conditions and possible wildfires. Oh, God.
So the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection is asking Chester County residents to help conserve water after they say it's a dry spring. Officials are recommending a voluntary reduction in water usage of up to at least 10%, if not 15%, even though we do have rain in the forecast. And I know you'll talk about the full forecast, but the state has placed 4 Pennsylvania counties, including Chester, under this drought warning, while the rest of the region remains under a drought watch.
It's the watch. It's the level
drought
below.
Watch.
Right. Okay.
2026. So the Chester County Water Resources Authority says recent rainfall has not been enough to replenish our groundwater levels.
They ought to come to Bluebell Country Club. They got tons of water. All they do is water my golf course. I'm tired of it. I want a nice, hard, firm golf course. Stop watering everything.
Well, you got to do what my dad says. People were coming up to me after I said this at our Great Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation event. The other day, and Sean, you were there, and I was talking about my dad. He would, since we were little, he's like, if you take a shower, you get in the shower, you put the water on, you get wet, you turn the water off, then you suds up, and then you rinse off.
Right.
And because I was trained to do this, this is what I do.
Yeah.
So they're like, you don't really still do that. I'm like, I do, because I can hear my dad going, don't waste, because he just believes in waste, not whatnot. But Chester County, maybe you need my 91-year-old dad on a recording tell you how to shower.
I take a shower in 5 minutes or less every time. I'm in and out real quick.
But see, no hair.
That's right. Right.
I got this long hair.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sean, look at Sean.
Yeah,
Greg
Sean.
Stocker. They got the long, beautiful hair.
Yeah. Bradley Cooper.
It's beautiful, by the way. They call them golden waves of grain, right? They call them golden waves.
So your water bill is actually probably going to be relatively cheap then if you actually adhere to that strict rule.
When you have teenage sons,
well, then I guess
I
it
don't
goes
know
out the
why
window.
they take such long showers. But yeah, they kind of make up for it. By the way, you had mentioned, the Senate. I know we'll get into it and talk about it, but early this morning, what was this, about an hour and a half ago?
Yep.
The Senate voting early this morning to pass that $69.5 billion budget reconciliation package. This is the Senate, obviously, to fund immigration enforcement operations. That would be through 2029. And so that, we had heard all these concerns that several Republicans who were upset the bill didn't include language barring President Trump and this administration from creating that so-called anti-weaponization fund. That didn't matter. The legislation passed 52-47, taking the Republicans one step closer to ensuring that ICE, Border Patrol, et cetera, is fully funded. So it goes to the Senate voted. So we've got that going on.
Good.
Early action this morning. And I know we'll get into all the national news, but we want to talk about Philly Hired sponsoring our news this morning. So much happening and so much breaking. Still scrolling through those big national job boards, doing it wrong. If you want a job in Philly, just use the site from the city. Philly Hired connects you with local companies that actually know what a hoagie is. Find your next gig at phillyhired.com. phillyhired.com, local jobs for local people. Philly Hired, thank you for sponsoring our first edition of the news this Friday morning. Now, Phil Almquist with sports and the Phillies.
Thank you, Don. We will start in baseball, of course, where the Phillies beat the Padres 6-4 to sweep the series. Zach Wheeler went 7 and only gave up 2 runs to climb to 5-1 on the year. The Phils start a weekend series with the White Sox tonight in South Philly.
A little interleague play.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, I saw your boy Judge, who's going to be out for a month and a half now.
Yeah, well, at least we'll see.
Yeah,
I got a rib issue.
Yeah.
In hockey, Carolina beat Vegas 4-3 in overtime in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. That series is now tied at 1. Game 3 is Saturday. In basketball,
Can that series go 15 games, please? This has been the first 2 games have been so good.
They've been amazing.
Yeah, I've seen some of the highlights.
Yeah.
When the Stanley Cup playoffs are just the best playoffs in pro sports.
There's no question.
From beginning to end.
It's so good.
Yeah.
This has been. I'm like the Buffalo Wild Wings thing. That's what happened last night. It was like the Canes were down 2-0. They tied it, took the lead, and then Vegas tied it late, and the Canes scored in overtime. It was just so good.
It was a great game. In basketball, moving on, the Knicks do face the Spurs tonight in Game 2 in San Antonio. Now, going back to Game 1 for a moment. During that game, a actual fan ran on the court to try to take a selfie with Victor Wembanyama.
30. Right now, 6-point Nick lead.
He's now on the court.
A fan just ran on the floor.
Look at that guy.
Try to take a selfie.
Wants to take a selfie. Security quickly takes him away.
I would have tackled him.
Crowd gives him the appropriate boo. Fortunately, no.
He was arrested and has been given a lifetime ban now.
Yeah. San Antonio. What a low energy force that is.
Not just from attending Spurs games, but from attending any NBA game throughout the league.
So he felt the need to take a picture next to a guy who's 7'5" from France.
Yeah.
Cool.
Instead of suspending him, I would have put him right to the firing squad.
But you guys, don't you wish they would do that on all those flights, like in Fight Club, when the people are fighting?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
On airplanes and in restaurants or where, kindergarten classes.
Yeah. I mean, that was almost exact footage of last Thursday when we were in Jersey, when all of the Kayal and Company audience came running up to see Dawn. They were trying to get a selfie right in the middle of her first news, and Stalker had to usher them out.
Like, get out.
Yeah. Couldn't even wait for the commercial break.
A second individual has also received that lifetime ban for his role in the incident, per an NBA spokesperson. In addition, the league is also investigating a fan interaction with Jalen Brunson from Wednesday night that were allegedly derogatory. Jalen did not address the incident with reporters after the game and declined to comment during the media session yesterday.
Well, Brunson is a Nova guy. I'm going to guess the suspect was a Temple kid.
It looked like an older white liberal white lady.
Ah, well, that's part of the course. A Karen.
Yeah. Exactly. Also, Trump was asked again if he's attending Game 3 at the Garden.
Want to attend a game at Madison Square
Well, I've been a Knick fan for a long time, and I'm also a Jim Dolan fan. He's a nice guy. Okay, he's been a long time wanting to win, and he's a competitive guy, and he's got a team that's amazing. I don't think they've lost a playoff game.
12 straight wins.
Can you imagine that? And it was not looking good. I saw the beginning of the game, and it wasn't looking good. I missed the middle because I talked to generals all night long now. But I watched that end of the game, and they were dominant. Really amazing. And Wemby's a great player. He's going to be a great player, and he is already a great player. I say, how do you guard this guy? 7'5", and he's got a great shot, right? But they find a way to do it. They're really great. They're a great team. And I'm happy for Jim, because Jim has really been fighting hard to, produce such a team. So you never know. The answer is yes. He's invited me. I'm going.
Which game have you decided, sir?
Say it?
Game 3, Game 4. Are you excited?
It could be Monday, yeah. Monday.
Mr. President.
Wow. Yeah, Game 3 will be Monday night in New York at 8:30.
Absolutely. And that's sports.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. Philly weather, it is currently 66 degrees. The heat wave is on. A high of 93 today. Saturday, you're looking at 92. And a little bit of relief on Sunday, 88 or 89 degrees. Sunny skies. Actually, no rain in the forecast through next weekend. So get ready for warm weather, hot, sunny skies. It's going to be great. The drought is on in Chester County. Conserve your water, folks, as Dawn said in the news. All right, we'll come back. Get to a Friday big take. John Bolton. He pleads guilty. We'll get to it. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean Farish is in for Stalker here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
Your sleep habits could be an early warning sign for Alzheimer's. A new study from UC San Diego reveals that for older women with a high genetic risk, poor sleep is directly linked to worse memory and a higher buildup of toxic brain proteins. Because tracking sleep is easy and inexpensive, researchers say it could be a game changer, allowing doctors to spot early warning signs and use better sleep as a strategy to prevent the disease. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You know, when it comes to complex dental care, experience matters. At Bentz Dental Group, board-certified prosthodontists, Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz, bring advanced training and expertise to every case. They use the latest technology. Their team delivers accurate diagnosis from the very start and builds personalized treatment for you. Whether it's wear or tear or more advanced concerns, you are in expert hands. Get the smile you really want. Call 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Politics, the stock market, the Fed. How do you protect your 401k? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
Backed by popular demand, it's the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 34% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 6:31. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. We are live this morning on a Friday. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker. 8 shares in the house. We've got Jimmy Kelly at the wheels of steel. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Fight Club at 9:10 with a special contributor, followed by Fight of the Week. But right now, let's get to one last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Bolton busted. You know, I have been begging and pleading the Trump administration, the DOJ, the House, the Senate for far too long. Give me one. Just one skin on the wall. Not just an arrest, not just an indictment, but either a conviction or a guilty plea. And to quote Janine from Ghostbusters, we got one. John Bolton has gone down. And I say screw him and his stupid mustache too. Road Warrior, the de facto GM of the radio station, has said to me repeatedly, quote, the process is the punishment. To which my reply has been no, the punishment should be the punishment. And it's official, John Bolton has tapped out. Now bring on the punishment. Fines for sure, and perhaps prison time. Probably not likely. Here was ABC News yesterday, late in the morning, with details on Thursday. Listen and watch.
Breaking news from the DOJ now. Sources telling us that former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton is expected to take a plea deal. A grand jury in Maryland indicted Bolton last year on charges of unlawfully retaining and transmitting classified documents. He initially pleaded not guilty to 18 counts, but now he's expected to change his plea. Investigative reporter Olivia Rubin has more details for us. So what are we learning about this plea deal and how Bolton's diaries are now involved?
Well, Kira, you laid it out there. He was originally facing about 18 charges related to keeping and transmitting classified documents. According to sources, he's now set to plead guilty to just one count, as well as pay about $2 million fine. So that is a significant sort of reduction in the number of counts he's pleading guilty to. But the question here is going to be, what is the penalty for that? Will he avoid jail time, or will there be some sort of jail time involved here? That is not exactly clear yet. But yes, these documents relate in part to the time that Bolton was serving as Trump's national security advisor in the first term. Also relates to diary entries. And remember, he was writing a book at this time as well here. So again, we have seen a number of the president's if you will, political foes be prosecuted by Trump's Justice Department. Of course, John Bolton is one of those who the president does not speak quite fondly of. We have seen investigations into him, Letitia James, James Comey, certainly Lisa Cook on the Fed board, but certainly this would be one of the most striking legal wins for the Trump administration that we have seen so far in one of those cases, Kira.
And I say keep going. Bolton was writing a book. Who isn't these days? And he's going to be fined. Isn't that just too damn bad? Hopefully those book profits can pay off that $2 million fine. Fox News writes the following, quote, authorities raided Bolton's home in office in August of last year, which we covered here on this show, and he was officially indicted in October. That indictment charged Bolton with both transmission and retention of classified information. He faces a maximum of 5 years in prison, and ultimately the sentence will be imposed by the judge. The hearing scheduled for June 26th. They go on to write in the indictment, quote, from on or about April 9th, 2018, through at least on or about August 22nd of 2025, Bolton abused his position as National Security Advisor by sharing more than 1,000 pages of information about his day-to-day activities as the National Security Advisor, including information relating to the national defense, which was classified up to top secret SCI level. Bolton, who also unlawfully retained documents, writings, and notes relating to national defense, including information classified all the way to the top in his Montgomery County home in Maryland. The FBI's investigation revealed that John Bolton allegedly transmitted top secret information using personal online accounts and retained said documents in his house in direct violation of federal law. That is a long quote from FBI Director Kash Patel. This is a win for Kash, as well as Todd Blanche and anybody else in the Department of Justice. And never forget the condescension and the arrogance of this guy, John Bolton. Here he was in 2023 on CNN talking about Trump doing precisely what Bolton has now admitted to doing. Listen and watch.
You know, Republicans used to believe that not prosecuting criminals led to more crime. The answer here is take the politics out of the decision, and in this case, proceed with the prosecution and do the same for anybody else who does anything even remotely like it. Just read the indictment and ask yourself, if the government can prove what they allege here, shouldn't this man go to jail? The simple fact he had the documents for any reason or no reason should subject him to prosecution.
Take the politics out of it and just merely look at the facts. Guys like Bolton are always guilty of what they claim others are doing. In this case, what he claimed Donald Trump was guilty of. And the Democrats and the establishment hacks inside of the legacy media, they all carry their water. This was Trump months ago when he learned of the indictment on Bolton. Listen and watch.
John Bolton was just indicted by a grand jury in Maryland. Do you have a reaction to that?
I didn't know that. You told me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but that's the way it goes.
The case against him?
That's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes. Will I what?
Have you reviewed the case against him?
No, I haven't. But I just think he's a bad person.
7 years worth of compiling intellectual property of the government that you are now thinking you're entitled to, yeah, that qualifies as a bad person, especially when you've been pointing the finger in a different direction all this time. And Democrats have once again been outed for the rats that they are, none bigger than Adam Schiff. Here he was in 2025 on NBC's Meet the Press. Listen and watch.
I think this is clearly retribution. I mean, the idea that they just picked John Bolton, a prominent critic of the president, at random. What the president is trying to do here is very systemic and systematic, and that is anyone who stands up to the president, anyone who criticizes the president, anyone who says anything adverse to the president's interests gets the full weight of the federal government brought down on them. They're essentially going after any critic, any opposition in an effort to intimidate them. That's what this is about. It's not about Bolton per se. It's about anyone else that, like Bolton, might stand up to the president.
Oh, it's weaponized government. It's systemic abuse by the Trump administration. Looks like Trump and his administration were correct. And as Dawn Stensland would say,
that's what Trump has been saying.
Exactly. And never forget, you guys started this. And of course, that shill, Kristen Welker, she just sits there being a paid crisis actor, masquerading around as a journalist. But what about this toad? Jamie Raskin. Let's go back to October 2025 on CNN. Listen and watch.
It's hard to know what to say about this other than there is no way that had Bolton not broken with Donald Trump, he would be facing these charges today. In other words, he's going to have a very strong claim of selective and vindictive prosecution because it's only being brought because he said that Donald Trump was, melting before Vladimir Putin, was constantly mixing government business with personal money-making business, and so on. I mean, he wrote a whole book saying if Trump were to be elected again, the second term would be far worse than the first term. And so there's no doubt that revenge is being exacted against him for those kinds of statements.
Well, those comments aged like a fine wine. You could throw Bolton in there with John Ratcliffe, James Comey. All of these guys are corrupt actors. Fox News legal scholar Jonathan Turley writes the following quote, 6 years ago, I wrote that John Bolton may rue the day when he succeeded in forcing the release of a book after failing to satisfy classification review. He just pleaded guilty to the intentional retention of classified information. The guilty plea relates to material that Bolton retained in his home. It is yet again an example of such cases being cut and dried when prosecuted. Unlike the Biden and Trump cases, there is no claim of declassification authority or other claimed privileges. I say this, yesterday was a much needed good day for Trump. It was a day for his supporters who have known the dirty acts of these deep state actors to say, I told you so. And hopefully there are more to come. For all of those who committed what I would consider treasonous acts against the president and over 75 million voters who supported this guy. Perhaps this is a true warning sign. If you did F around, you're about to find out. And that's the big take.
The Big Take. on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home and make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT, and, of course, in the YouTube chat. Dawn Stensland, we'll start with you. Your thoughts on Mr. Mustache?
Well, I certainly hope that the media goes back to Raskin after making those comments and asks Raskin, well, what do you say now? Because you have Bolton pleading guilty. So what do you say about this now? Because there is no selective prosecution. This is somebody who obviously, if he didn't do anything, he would not have cut this deal.
Right. 18 different charges. He pleads guilty to one. He's going to have to cough up $2 million. I hope it's not easy. I don't think he's made a killing financially in his political / Department of Justice type career in national security. But I would like to see, you know what? I know he's not going to get 5 years. I'd like to see him get 5 days, though. Just take his freedom away for a couple of days. Let him sit in the joint for a couple of days. I'd be cool with that.
Yeah. I mean, if you plead guilty to something and you agree to pay $2 million, then just think about what that tells me is that's what he views as the best that he's going to get. Mm-hmm. He feared that if this thing went through, if he fought it and said, no, selective persecution, and I'm a victim of Trump. If he had done that, they obviously had the goods on him. And think about what this means. This is somebody who was entrusted with highly sensitive information, and to disrespect that and disrespect our country, lie about it to the American people. No, he should have to answer to us. Yep. I wish that he would have to go before the American people, live stream it.
That'd be great.
Put him up and have the American people at him. Yep. And just ask him questions. You know what I mean? And put that up live in a community forum, live streaming. I don't want the media. I don't want anybody in the media. I don't want other career politicians. Mm-hmm. Let us just ask the questions.
Yep, I agree. Sean Ferris, your thoughts on Bolton? You think there's more to come, maybe with Ratcliffe or Comey or anybody else, and all of these other hacks that want to always say, it's Trump, when in reality, it's you?
Well, here's what I think, what I'm excited about the most with the Bolton stuff is that, I mean, like you said, at least we got one, right? At least we got I hate to say head to put on the wall because that sounds really graphic, but we did get one. And John Bolton is somebody who I don't like. And he, as you said, he pled guilty to what he was charged with. Hard to claim weaponization when that's the case. You know, if you truly were innocent and the evidence would have gotten you off, then you take it to trial. He didn't even want to take it to trial. You know, he pled guilty and that's that. So he's out. I'm most excited about the grand jury situation in South Florida and the Spygate, Russiagate, Obamagate, whatever you want to call it, investigation. That seems to me that's the one that I'm most interested in, and I'm optimistic on what that's going to uncover. That was one of the biggest hoaxes, and it's still referred to, Trump is owned by Russia. It's one of the biggest hoaxes in the history of American politics. And when you get to the truth of the matter, it actually implicates the Democrats because they weaponized the government and weaponized the FISA courts and weaponized the surveillance state to go after a presidential candidate and a sitting president. So,
yeah, I'm with you. And it's been 10, 11 years of this nonsense. And yeah, it's great to finally have a skin on the wall. I love the fact that this guy, to what Dawn is saying, like, if you're pleading out, obviously you're trying to minimize the punitive aspect of this. And he probably thought if he continues to fight this with his lawyer, he's looking at perhaps maybe more in fines, although maybe it's capped off. I'm not really sure how that works, but he didn't want the jail time, right? And you know the way these things work from a civil matter, or when you're having to cough up money, he's going to be able to play this thing out. It's not like he's got to, pay all $2 million up front or whatever. But a guy like that does not want to sit one single second in a prison cell And I would just love to see some of these guys. The perp walks are embarrassed. But you know what it is, though? And this is why I always butt heads with Road Warrior on this about the process is the punishment. No, it's not. They got the legacy media in their back pocket, the Democrat Party in their back pocket. They'll end up with a TV special. They'll end up with a Netflix documentary. They'll end up writing a book and making money because most of the time, guys like Bolton and Ratcliffe and Comey, they know that they are, quote, above the law when in reality, nobody should be above the law. And they will be perceived by legacy media viewers as victims of a weaponized government where Trump's just coming out for his revenge tour. No, let's see where the facts take us. And the facts clearly show that this guy was retaining a lot of important stuff that he didn't have the right to. And oh, by the way, he was doing it for 7 years. Yeah, he didn't just take a binder home or a box of files on a Friday by mistake and, leave him in his Corvette in his garage by the beach, right?
Yeah, I mean, to plead guilty to, and this is a felony count, so up to 5, I think you said this, it calls for up to 5 years in prison. So a felony count of illegal retention of sensitive national material and information, that's not a misdemeanor. That's not some small little plea deal.
Yep.
And then, this is all what the reported deal is, but the official hearing where this all goes down is set for June 26th.
Yep. And the judge will decide whether or not he goes away for a while. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe we could find out who the judge is. Is it a Democrat? Is it a Republican? Because that could very well tell us what type of other punishment he could potentially face. 855-839-1210. We'll wrap up the hour with this. Some more good news. I saw this, and I think this should get a lot of attention. And I don't see it really on any newscasts that we have up in the studio on our monitors this morning. But Trump's Doge and the purge strikes back. This is from the Daily Mail. 8,000 federal workers are now facing the chop under a sweeping order. They write the following: Trump's purge of the federal bureaucracy escalated on Wednesday with an executive order making it easier to fire 8,000 federal workers. The order reclassified the workers as at-will employees, meaning the government can now terminate them without offering a reason. A rule finalized by the Office of Personnel Management earlier this year established a new category of these workers known as schedule policy/career. But Trump's order on Wednesday put those 8,000 workers, generally dubbed senior policymakers, into a new category. Quote, it's been a long-standing problem that it's almost impossible to fire a federal employee even in cases of serious misconduct, said James Shirk of the Domestic Policy Council at the public signing of the order, which Trump did, and quote, that is a particular problem if you're in a senior policy influencing role. What this order does is basically treat those employees like private sector workers. Previously, only around 4,000 federal employees could be hired and fired using at-will procedures, but under the terms of Trump's executive order, that number now triples to 12,000 people. And I love this, Sean, and I love this for a couple of reasons. If you live paycheck to paycheck, you're a good person, you are employed by the federal government, I don't have any ill will towards you, even though I want small, limited government. But the federal people that are policymakers and the people that have felt like they are untouchable, you're no different than NPR. Goodbye to your funding. You're no different than a Washington Post writer when Jeff Bezos bought the company and got rid of a bunch of left-wing woke writers. You're no different than Scott Pelley on 60 Minutes and CBS when Barry Weiss says, I'm shaking things up here. Everybody should be judged by their merit to get a job and what they've accomplished to keep their job. I love this, and it's good to see that we have some doging going on because we haven't talked about Doge in probably damn near a year, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Oh no,
I would imagine. And here's the problem with this always happens with government funding. Like if you're not producing something of worth, then you're not needed. I mean, the Scott Pelley's a great example. Scott Pelley gave us this clip.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
Nobody knows what that means.
Hey.
Okay? Like these aren't real. This is not a real sentence. And Scott Pelley was the guy. Oh, how would you say your mental focus is? He's chewing on his glasses. You know, what are you doing? Joe Biden comes out with a whale, and that was in 2022, comes out with a whale of an answer. Watch me, right? You know, and nothing, no pushback, right? But you had him, you know, with conservatives on, I think it was Moms, he grilled Moms for Liberty.
Yep.
You know, he grilled Moms for Liberty better than Chuck Schumer grills a hamburger, which obviously isn't very well because it's raw on the spatula. But he grilled them. Oh, you're evading this. You're evading that. Joe Biden says, I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. Nobody knows what the hell that means. And we're like, oh, yeah, sharp as that was in 2022, by the way. Like, Jen Psaki was still the press secretary. I remember hearing that going, oh, this is going to be a big... Swept under the rug. Who knows? What does it mean? So if you're not producing something of worth, you can't whine that you've been fired, right? Or that that things are changing, or that you're losing funding. Government funding is like, it's an investment. If we're going to give you our taxpayer dollars, you better produce something of value. And if you're not, out. You're not going to see me shed a tear.
No.
Period.
Yeah. I just love it. Some of these people, whether you're in a establishment media or part of the establishment in the swamp, that thinks that you just have these lifetime contracts. I mean, Don, you can talk about this. I can talk about it, Sean. You can in media and in radio. I mean, you could have a contract and you could be let go just like that for no reason without being told. They scrub you off of a website. It's as if you never worked at the place. And these people think they can stick around forever. And Sean, you're a sports guy. This is one of the things that kills Major League Baseball and the NBA is these guaranteed contracts. That's why the NFL is so great, because there are no guaranteed contracts. And if you're like a running back who had a great year and then all of a sudden the next year you fall off a cliff and your production goes down, bye-bye, they get rid of you. That's the way it should be.
Meritocracy always wins. It's the best way to get better. If you're rewarding, you know, mediocrity, then that's what you're going to get.
I love it.
And it's going to be a race to the bottom.
But, you know, I also think it's important to think about this, that President Trump started this kind of thing in his first administration. I think that President Trump views it as a mandate from the people, clearing the swamp. You think about these, I was looking up the classification. They're known as GS-15, right? So they're the highest level. What does that tell you? These are the highest levels of bureaucrats, patronage jobs, perhaps at some point. They felt like they were protected. And what did they do? And by the way, they have a full staff, you know, not as big as like Nick Kayal's staff, you know, with their, you know, senior officers and chief of staff. And in all seriousness, they do have a whole staff, and they're these bureaucrats. And what do? They influence policy.
Right. Yep.
And so that tells me it's all part of these NGOs and some of the policy that we've seen.
That's a good point.
It's all infused with, it's like an infection. It's infused with this virus of DEI and so on and so forth. And so they have to, it's like anything else, like when you clean and you try to bleach or purify. So it's not enough to go after the fraud. And I know we'll talk more about that too, but the fraud and these NGOs, for example, but who created the policies that served a pathway for all of that?
Yep.
And certainly they had to have known it, the money laundering schemes that we always talk about. So 8,000 people, and to your point, will it be more? But these are those, what's the song, Jackson Brown, you know, the men in the shadows. That's what this is.
Exactly. And that's why they hate it. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump aboard, we'll come back, kick off hour number 2. Two big stories with the Senate. Dawn mentioned one with ICE and CBP, $70 billion in funding. That's a go. But the Save America Act is still a no. This is truly indefensible when over 80% of Americans want it and the people in the swamp can't get it done. Hour 2 next. Stay right there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step. providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here, and your life has many dimensions, and now there's an SUV engineered to support every one of them. My friends from Piazza Mazda put me behind the wheel of the new 2026 Mazda CX-5, the most spacious CX-5 yet, with more room for both passengers and cargo. Feel complete control like I did with the 15-inch touchscreen and built-in Google technology. Experience the all-new 2026 CX-5 for yourself today at Piazza Mazda of Westchester or in Reading. How's inventory online at piazzamazda.com.
Go on a summer adventure with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer loans on both new and used vehicles with low monthly payments and flexible terms up to 84 months, as well as auto lease buyout options. Celebrate 250 years of beauty across America. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola, quiero una oveja pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. Oh, but they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. There's a huge difference between being busy this summer and actually feeling alive enough to enjoy it. When your body feels run down, summer stops feeling fun fast. The long drives, the jet lag, the diets, the sore feet. Suddenly, the season you waited for all year feels exhausting. Rescue Natural Supplements help support your body where summer strains it most, from energy, recovery, and circulation to digestion, sleep, even stress. And right now, listeners, you can buy any single bottle and get one 90% off with the code BRIGHT90. So whether you're vacationing or keeping up with the kids, your body feels more prepared to make this summer unforgettable. Just go to res-q.com, use that code BRIGHT90 to buy any of Rescue's premium natural supplements and get one 90% off. Or call a product consultant 826-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Don't wait to make this your healthiest summer yet. Shop right now at res-q.com. Use that code BRIGHT90.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Hour number 2, 7:03. It is Kayal and Company here on this Friday morning, June 5th. Gonna be a scorcher in the city of brotherly love. Going up to 93 glorious degrees today. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish is in for Greg Stocker today.
Yes.
We have the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Fight Club, Fight of the Week, the music, the big three, all still on the way. So, some good news in the first hour. Big take. John Bolton faces accountability. He's going to be fined, guilty plea. We talked also about Doge trimming more federal jobs thanks to a Trump EO. And some good news that we'll get back into in a second. I know Dawn headlined it in the news with ICE and DHS and $70 billion in funding. But we need to get to the Senate on a very interesting sticking point. Honestly, a point of contention. Dare I say, unacceptable. Because about 12 hours ago, it's about 6:30, 7 o'clock last night, the United States Senate once again rejects the Save America Act as part of budget reconciliation. The vote failed 48-50, which would have required voter ID and proof of citizenship nationwide. Every single Democrat voted against it. And we also have 4 Republicans. I like to call them the usual suspects. Tom Tillis, Lisa Murkowski, Mitch, I'm always in a glitch, McConnell, and Susan Collins. Now, in a sad way, we kind of have to keep rooting for Susan Collins because she's going to face Graham Plattner in the Senate race in Maine. And for the first time since August of 2025, the prediction markets now have Susan Collins as the favorite over what is now going to be Graham Plattner amidst all of the turmoil. And
really?
Yeah. Kalshi or Polymarket has her favored. I don't think it's by a substantial amount. It's probably by a little smidge, but she is favored. And it's just ridiculous that 80% of Americans in every poll want the Save America Act passed, especially on the voting front. And we have these 4 Senate Republicans that cannot get behind the White House's agenda of ensuring that we have safe and secure elections. And of course, there's other elements to this as well. All voters must show photo ID. This is Trump's Truth Social post. All voters must show proof of citizenship. No mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. That's number 3. Number 4, no men in women's sports. And number 5, no transgender mutilation surgery for our children. And I can't believe I'm actually reading a Lindsey Graham tweet, but Lindsey Graham says the following, and I agree with this. He says, Mr. President, I was honored to lead the charge to pass the Save America Act, one of the most consequential pieces of legislation you and your team have created. The Save America Act includes what I just mentioned, those 5 bullet points. And he says, this is just common sense. All Democrats voted no, and they will eventually pay a price. Again, Mr. President, thank you for your support and endorsement. Okay, we don't care about Lindsey's reelection. But, this is something we all, for the most part, want. It's common sense, and it will ensure better opportunity for Republicans this fall. I mean, if you think about it, how do Republicans retain all the power this fall? Well, number 1, deliver results. And right now, economically and on the war front, it's not working out well for Trump in polling. But then, of course, you have redistricting, gerrymandering. That helps. And then, of course, the Save America Act would be the icing on the cake. And we cannot get this accomplished. Farish, I think your connection is fixed. I'll start with you this time. How is this acceptable for a Republican? There must be language or terminology or something in the fine print that some of these people are not liking, because I guarantee if we were to put on Tillis, Murkowski, Collins, and Mitch McConnell on this show right now, and we just gave them the 5 bullet points, they would probably say they are on board with those 5, but I don't know what's missing to get them to vote yay.
I think it has to do with the fact that they don't like Trump. I think that's what it is. I think they're just trying to sideline Trump's agenda. Period. End of story. And that's why they're doing it. Tillis is a stubborn SOB. He's somebody who he's now threatening not to move Pulte forward. He's threatening not to move Blanche forward. It's all about him. It's all about January 6th. It's all about that nonsense. A bunch of nonsense with Tillis. McConnell, obviously. Him or his staff are doing this to be stubborn. Susan Collins is quite literally a Republican in name only, and in my opinion, the only one with the excuse, because she does represent a blue/purple state. And Murkowski, again, she's just weak, right? She's putting herself and her opinions before her constituents. There's no way Alaska doesn't want this thing passed. And look at what you're watching in California. How the heck can you continue to let that type of thing happen when you have a bill in Congress that would essentially prevent a lot of the shenanigans? Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's about any particular issue in there. I think it's about their personal dislike, just like how Massey was with Donald Trump. I think that's all it's about here.
Dawn, I see this tweet from Lisa Murkowski. She tweeted at Senator Collins last night and says, "You were the first sworn into office. You have not missed a single vote. 10,000 consecutive roll call votes. What an incredible milestone and a remarkable testament to your work ethic and commitment to public service. Congratulations." You know what? I don't care that we talked about who was the guy that we're talking about yesterday that hasn't been seen, hasn't been around in 3 months, dealing with a private health issue. We played the clip of Boebert. She's
Tom Kane Jr.
Tom Kane Jr., right? And we've talked about Fetterman and all that other stuff. I don't care that you haven't missed a single vote. The one that might matter the most to this president's agenda and this administration moving forward, you're a no on? Like, how do you defend that? And I know you need Susan Collins to keep the Senate by beating Graham Plattner. So I'm kind of like, okay, any Republican is still better than a Democrat, especially a far left socialist Democrat, progressive nutbag like Plattner, who's a racist, a liar, a homophobe, the whole bit. But like, you don't get behind the SAVE Act. I don't know how anybody can argue on behalf of her and say she's in the right to say no to that.
Yeah, I was looking up her voting records. So during the Biden administration, she voted with the then president's position about 67% of the time. With Trump, about that. It just shows you she does have a level of independence. But it's that issue of, do you want to hold the line? And so because she's not this far crazy left progressive. And as far as I just cannot, I have to say it blows my mind that the Democrats don't just replace the opponent, because I think Susan Collins is vulnerable. And so the fact that he's got that Nazi tattoo for 20 years on his chest, I just can't get over it. I'll never get over that. And the fact that all of the last night, MS Now, CNN, and looking at this morning and seeing what they were all focusing on, they're focusing on these women coming forward, talking about, he was inappropriate or he did weird stuff or whatever.
New York Times just dropped the big story.
Yeah. I mean, but I feel like in a way the media is trying to talk about all these women coming out, because nobody wants to address that Nazi tattoo and what a big deal it is. This was the tattoo worn by those Hitler's top people who guarded the concentration camps.
Yes. But Trump's Hitler, though.
Exactly.
Republicans are not.
I don't have a Nazi tattoo.
It blows my mind.
I mean, here's kind of a Cliff Note version of what Dawn was alluding to with Plattner. The New York Times released a big story last night. You can check it out online. There's free versions of it. New York Times usually behind a paywall, but everybody's kind of copied and pasted a Cliff Note version on social media. As Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner now faces ex-girlfriend allegations days before primary. The New York Times reported accounts from women who dated Plattner, including Lindsay Fields, detailed claims of him grabbing her shoulders, twisting her arm, and blocking a door, plus his AR-15, axe sharpening, and views on power. Plattner denied violence. I saw him doing damage control. He was on MSNBC and other networks yesterday. So he denied the violence on MSNBC, blaming PTSD-fueled alcohol use and calling accusers politically motivated, while acknowledging past imperfections. Despite the claims and prior scandals like his covered Totenkopf tattoo, polls show him leading Susan Collins by 5 points, 48% to 43%, ahead of the June 9th Democratic primary, which is coming up on Tuesday. Prediction markets, in one of the two, I don't know if it's Polly or Callie, they have Collins now ahead for the first time in almost a year. But the polling numbers, and we played the clip of Harry Anton earlier this week on CNN, where he showed that the gap has really shrunk, because it was about a 70% chance for Plattner, and I think now it's down to about 58 or 59%. And according to Anton, with all of his aggregate polling, he's saying it's well within the margin of error. In fact, I think he said it was too close to call. But it is remarkable to me that Democrats, Schumer is kind of danced around it, still supports without saying, I endorse Graham Plattner. But that's the hypocrisy of the Democrats right now. Everything that Plattner has been accused of, they tried to use against not just Trump in the last election. Yeah. They tried to use it against every white male voter. Remember the whole toxic?
Yes.
Graham Plattner's exactly what they were railing on all of us. I'm toxic and I'm a masculine pig because I vote for Trump, yet you stand with Graham Plattner?
And that New York Times article, now here's the only significant part. One of these women is an ex-girlfriend who says he referred to that tattoo, which he got back in 2007, but she says he referred to that as my Totenkopf. He claims that, I thought it was some Celtic symbol, and it was in 2007. I was a U.S. Marine in Croatia on a leave and got liquored up, and they put this tattoo on me. I never knew what it was for 20 years. So she calls BS on that. Mm-hmm. I think that is significant. But to me, I'm telling you, the fact that the fact that they're not just replacing him, and I wonder if they will just pressure him. And I know he is, like you said, on damage control.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I was talking to my sons about it, and they're like, Mom, do you know what that, because they did know more about this, because I think that's something guys playing video games talk about, all these Nazi whatever groups that are out there that are really scary.
Yep.
And so they knew about this, and so these were like the bad A paramilitary SS guys who guarded those concentration camps.
It's sickening. Phil and Jimmy, let's get 21A and 21B here, since we've brought up Graham Plattner, and then also let's get 19 ready as well. I want to play these three from the cut sheet and get everybody's thoughts on this. And Farish, we're going to start with our very own John Fetterman here in Pennsylvania, who, continues to be the lone wolf, the lone voice of reason on the Democrat side.
The highly respected Wubba Dubba.
The highly respected Wubba Dubba. Let's roll clip 21A. This is Democrat Senator John Fetterman from Pennsylvania calling Graham Plattner a creep based on the allegations, and I guess it's even more than allegations, they're out there, the posting of sexually explicit pictures on a Predator's Paradise app known as Kik, K-I-K. 21A, let's roll this.
What kind of a creeper has been on a decade on a platform like Kik and send a dozen explicit kinds of messages and who knows what else?
Would it be better for Democrats if he was not the candidate here?
All I'm saying, it's like, when I was growing up, if someone had a clear Nazi tattoo on them, you probably could conclude that there's a Nazi sympathizer. How, at some point, are you going to continue to defend that or dismiss that?
And let's roll right into this one. This is more. Clip 21B says, Fetterman, I'm not carrying water for anybody that disrespects our armed veterans.
For me as a Democrat, I'm never going to carry water for a guy that calls, an American hero a dumb MFer, or someone that, smears Chris Kyle, the American sniper, and claim that he's shooting innocent civilians. You've literally lost count. And he also called rural Americans as racist and stupid. It's countless. It absolutely is. This is a guy that had a problem with me, how I dress, but he seemed to have no problem posing in a towel at a disgusting website that consistently had serious problems about that kinds of depravity.
Pretty amazing stuff there from Fetterman. You look at his voting record, Sean, and he aligns very much with Democrats 75% of the time. But on a couple of common sense things, he at least has the guts to say what the rest of their party won't say, even after everything their party has tried to do to straight white Christian males that support Donald Trump.
Yeah, generally the things that he doesn't necessarily have like a vote on, he's good. When he comes out and like says it on television, he's like a common sense Democrat. And then when the legislation's out in front of him, he's
good point.
Just a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, which is whatever. I mean, that's what I expect from a Democrat in the Senate. But this Graham Plattner issue should be like a no-brainer, right? Like, he's nasty to women, the Nazi tattoo, there's the like, I don't know, I guess it's an allegation still that he was honking his hedgehog in porta potties. Like, I don't know what the heck's going on there. There's this whole, like, it's just, he's a Kik is, and again, this, if you have a profile on Kik, it doesn't mean you're a pedophile, but it's known as a place where there's like that type of stuff goes on, right? So I'm not saying that's what he's doing. He could be doing something totally innocent over there, but it's this pattern of behavior. And then you see Bernie Sanders fighting the oligarchy with this guy right now. Oh, we're going to have a great time with Graham Plattner. Like, what are we doing?
That's right.
Like, how is this allowed in the Democrat Party? And the only person who's calling it out is Fetterman.
Mm-hmm.
No one else.
Everybody.
Like, hey, I don't know. Maybe not the best. This is the best you had in Maine.
Well, you know what?
The Nazi tattoo guy.
It's remarkable. Is eventually Democrats, when push comes to shove, if they know they're going to lose, they will replace you. Case in point, Joe Biden. He became indefensible,
Nick,
right?
I hate to cut you. This is what I think. I think this is an attack that's coming from the left. A lot of this.
Yeah.
I think someone is like, we can't have this, and they're hoping that kind of Janet Mills who has not suspended and dropped off the ballot, like maybe sneaks in because he can't win. I think everyone's understanding this. Like this guy can't win. Susan Collins survives because she runs against idiots. That's why she survives.
That's actually a very good point. No, you're right.
That's it.
You're right. And I'll tell you, if the prediction markets or the polling were far worse for Plattner, they would force him to step aside. But
that's why I'm kind of looking at it now going, no, he's great. Leave him alone.
Oh, yeah. No, by all means, keep him on there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it's only going to, I mean, think about this. We're only in early June. This isn't going to be decided for another 5 months. So it's only going to get worse, and the temperature is going to continue to rise, and the heat's going to it's going to get to the point where, it's like a boiling pot, and they're going to have to do something. And they can't keep dancing around it. This is 19, and we'll wrap with this. This was Senator Ed Markey, who has actually done one good thing in his life. He's co-sponsored the Save Radio Act with Ted Cruz on a bipartisan front. But here's Markey with CNN refusing to endorse Graham Plattner. Roll this.
Before we go, Senator, I have to ask you about embattled Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner. He met with Democrats in D.C. yesterday. Will you endorse his campaign?
I know that he is out and he is campaigning on kitchen table issues. I know that he is opposed to this slush fund, which Donald Trump is putting together. He's putting affordability front and center for the voters of Maine to decide this race. And I think that he has the right issues to be focusing upon this year in Maine, as I am doing, and I think other people who are really concerned about the direction our country is going in right now.
It sounds like he has your support, Senator.
Well, I am convinced that he is running on all of the right issues for our country right now.
So why not say that you endorse him?
But in my opinion, he has taken the issues and he's galvanized a grassroots movement all across Maine. People are responding at the town meetings. They are up. They are energized. And in my opinion, he is on a pathway to victory in the state of Maine.
Geez, a little bit of a follow-up, a little bit of pushback from old bearded Boris on CNN. No relation. That's not me, by the way. I would never be allowed on CNN for many reasons. But yeah, I mean, but don't we always say this, that the left will eventually devour their own. Do you think at some point they will pull the ripcord on this guy?
When's the primary?
Well, it's
when do they have?
June 9th. So that's Tuesday. But I mean,
that's close.
It's coming up.
I mean, Joe Biden won a primary and they yanked him with 107 days to go. I mean, could they do that for a potential Senate candidate?
I mean, yes, but I don't know what they would have to have another primary. I'm not sure if he's going to win the primary.
Well, they didn't have a primary for Kamala. They just installed Kamala. We know the Democrats don't care about having real primaries. They'll just tell you who the candidate is.
I wonder what they're going to do, because I don't think he can win.
I wouldn't bet.
I don't think he could be Collins.
No, I would.
And I think there's going to be look. It's one thing if you have a Nazi tattoo, and then maybe a woman here or there, who says nasty guy, whatever. This is a long pattern of behavior, and it's so, and it's not rumory. Maybe there's a few coming out of the woodwork, he says some kind of hoax here or there, but the wife is the one who released the information about Kick Messenger and gave it to the campaign. This is not a rumor that came from someone to sabotage his chances.
You saw what happened to Swalwell. Why can't Graham Plattner be Swalwelled?
But here's the thing, right? So but what I'm saying about Plattner is if he survives this primary and gets through it, I think there's going to be even more. We haven't even gotten all of it yet.
I agree.
What if
this guy's such a creep that he's probably got a decades long laundry list of weirdness that we're going to learn about.
You know what would actually be the nail in the coffin for him? I mean, it's June 5th. We have 25 days to go. It's Pride Month. If there's anti-trans stuff that he has posted on a chat board, that would be the end of him, because Democrats are all in for the month of June.
Yeah.
I love that Sean called him Nazi tattoo guy.
Yep. That's what he is.
You know what I mean? Because that's what he is. In my brain, I cannot, it's almost like a horrifying Saturday Night Live skit that he's Nazi tattoo guy.
Mm-hmm.
And
so, for example, I've been called a Nazi.
Yes.
Right.
I don't have any tattoos, let alone a Nazi tattoo.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He has a Nazi tattoo.
He's a Democrat.
Like, he's
it's
got
okay.
the same tattoo, as you mentioned, that the special forces guys who are guarding the concentration camps had. The same one. And they don't call him a Nazi. I'm a Nazi because I wear a red hat. He's not a Nazi because he has a tattoo that the other Nazi. This is like, what is happening right now, right? Jake Tapper on CNN, Donald Trump is echoing the same thing as Hitler. Yeah. Remember, Donald Trump was Hitler.
And Elon
because
did the
he
thing.
had a rally in Madison Square Garden, and the Nazis in 1939 had a rally there too. So I guess the Knicks are Nazis, the Rangers are Nazis, Billy Joel is a Nazi, anybody who's been to
James
WWE,
Dolan.
they're all Nazi. But Graham Plattner has a tattoo. It's branded on his body. Not a Nazi. Okay.
Dawn?
Those are the rules.
Final word, Dawn?
The Totenkopf.
The Totenkopf.
You know what we need? We need to find the tattoo artist in Croatia. Yes, I gave him the Totenkopf. He really. I mean, what more evidence do you need? Is the New York Times now sending in search of the Totenkopf tattoo artist to confirm that he wanted that and named it? I mean, what else do you need?
Well, and when the New York Times puts out a dagger of a hit piece on you,
to their credit,
as a Democrat, my God, what else do you need? 855-839-1210. Cut sheets coming up in just over 20 minutes. When we come back, last story of the morning before we get to the cut sheet, as a new study finds that the average college professor is only, quote, slightly less left than Bernie Sanders. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. Beginning, middle, or end of the year, it's always a great time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. Your questions make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits. all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey home sellers over 60. The silver tsunami is not coming. It is here. More empty nesters selling equals more competition. And here's the truth. The prepared homes will sell. The overpriced homes will sit. And the unprepared sellers will take forever to sell and for less money. Join me and my great friend Diane Cardano-Casaccio, broker, owner of Cardano Realtors, for her next home seller seminar, Tuesday, June 9th at Fort Washington, for wine, appetizers, and a meet and greet with me at 5 p.m. The seminar starts at 6. Learn how to prepare early, protect your equity, avoid costly mistakes, and create your home selling game plan before the market gets more competitive. Every attendee gets a free copy of one of Diane's home selling books. As my good friend Diane Cardano says, your worst nightmare is when your home does not sell. So RSVP now. Learn what you should have done first. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
What's on the cut sheet? That is coming up just about 15 minutes from now. Kayal and Company, as we roll on, it's a Farish Friday. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Sean Farish. He's in for Greg Stocker. Still have Fight Club, Fight of the Week, and all of the other Friday bells and whistles. Big 3 today in music history. Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Final story of the day, and this doesn't surprise me, but I do think it's relevant. I was thinking about this on a multitude of fronts, with college being kind of on the top of my mind lately. Stocker's at Hofstra University this morning speaking at a Talkers Radio convention. Still no idea why they wouldn't have Sean Farish, who's one of the greatest talkers of all time, and a Hofstra
I mean, I have a
grad.
few ideas as to why they wouldn't want someone.
Are you saying there's bias at Hofstra University, Mr. Farish?
There might be.
Okay.
There might be.
All right. My daughter has been completely infatuated with women's college softball the last couple of weeks. We've been watching the Women's College World Series, and she's all in on softball. And yeah, she wants to, like, her goal now is, and she's been in competitive dancing for a while, but she's all in on softball. She's like, I want to get a scholarship and go down to the South and play college softball and go to the College World Series. Yeah. And Dawn, of course, your boy's in college as well. So Reason.com, which is a very good free speech libertarian type site, always has interesting articles. Mm-hmm. And they have this story with a new study finds that the average college professor is only slightly less left than Bernie Sanders. And this is according to FIRE, which is locally based here in Philadelphia, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. And the study scored academics' political ideologies based on the voting records of the candidates to which they donate to. And it found that academics are increasingly donating to far-left politicians like Bernie Sanders and AOC. The study also found that the vast majority of politically active faculty cluster in that far-left neighborhood. Quote, the figures suggest that ideological diversity is essentially absent from universities today. That most university professors prefer left-wing politicians is no new insight, but the near disappearance of any right-wing counterweight is. The study found that among the donor sample, the range of opinions, a measure of how much the most moderate 50%'s view vary, has, quote, essentially shrunk to nothing over time. A survey of Harvard faculty found that 9% would describe themselves as conservative, up 1% from 2022. An analysis of a Yale faculty member's political alignment made headlines some months ago when it uncovered that 27 of the 47 undergraduate departments, including American Studies and English, didn't have a single registered Republican on the faculty. It also found that Yale's history, economics, philosophy, political science, and law faculties included just one Republican each. This is, I think, really, we talk about school choice, and, that's obviously at the high school level, and I'm a huge proponent of that, as is Dawn, and I'm sure you are as well, Sean. But when you see stories about young kids today and the desire to go south and go to these Southeastern Conference colleges like Florida or Alabama or Georgia or South Carolina, University of Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri, things like that, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. I think a lot of it probably has nothing to do with politics unless you grew up in a political family and your parents have told you about the indoctrination, or maybe it just is something that you've kind of sensed in your own high school curriculum with this left-wing nonsense. But, they want to go there because of the weather. They want to go down there because of, the sports programs are so dominant and it's a fun time. You're closer to the beach, all of that. But man, if a study like this isn't proof that we need school choice, and I'm not saying we need Republican and conservative parents to indoctrinate their kids the way the left indoctrinates theirs, but just if you want your kid to be an independent thinker, to embrace what capitalism can offer for you, and that America is actually a pretty damn cool concept, getting kids away from the Ivy Leagues or the coast, the Northeast coastal schools, or certainly the West Coast schools, is a great idea. And Dawn, and you've been an adjunct, I always thought, I remember as a kid when my parents were saying, hey, 9th grade, grades start to count, colleges will be looking at you, yada, 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 and you're going to want to be challenged on your thoughts. And I didn't really know what that meant at the time. I'm like, challenged on my thoughts? All I think about is football and pizza. And then occasionally, Skinamax when my parents go to bed. I'm 15. What am I looking at here? But like, man, and by the way, I'm not saying that the Southeast schools are conservatives across the board. I guarantee you right now, if you looked at the faculty of Tennessee University or Alabama or Florida or Auburn or LSU,
there's rot in all the
I bet you there's still probably 70% liberal, but at least there's somewhat more of a fair representation. Let me start with Dawn. Dawn, did you look into anything, or was that a factor for David going to Elon University on whether or not the school has any sort of left-wing bias? Did you guys do any homework on that? Was that a factor? Do you care? I'm just curious.
Well, he has two cousins. They're both girls, who love Elon. And so that was a piece of it. But they know, we've raised them to be armed with this information, because my philosophy on this is the best way to make your kids immune to this is to make them aware of it. Now, as far as academia, okay, it's known that academia pretty much skewed left or liberal.
Sure.
For forever.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. And that's fine with me as long as professors, educators welcome in a diversity of thought. And so in other words, if you have a relative, a friend, a coworker, whatever, who feels comfortable debating policy issues or talking about politics and they're confident in who they are, then that's okay. The problem right now in general with schools, and this goes to high school. I told you guys that in high school, one of my kids' friends who went to a different school, they went to private schools, who went to a different school, they were literally boys were being told, boys black and white, okay, black, brown, and white, didn't matter if you were male, you were being told in classrooms, in high school classrooms here in Philadelphia, and I'm assuming this is nationwide, to basically apologize for being male.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, so we raise our sons to say, you will never apologize. And if they, and I get like the finger going and the whole thing, like, you will never apologize. If anybody ever says this to you, you better let me know. Da, da, da. And so that's how they were raised, to be proud as to who they are, but to also be smart about, your audience and where you are.
Yeah.
As far as colleges go and high schools, the problem, and I will say this, like at Penn State and colleges across the country, depending on the professor, be careful, because students will be encouraged, of course, if they're woke and they're going to say liberal, not even liberal, far left progressive, that's perfectly fine.
Right.
But God forbid you should raise your hand. And this did happen to my son, Michael. I will tell you, because he loves history, he knows history. And it was a discussion about Ferguson. And Michael made the mistake of saying, well, but maybe that's what they thought at the time. And he stated the facts of what really happened in Ferguson. And let's just say he ended up dropping out of the class. I was like, Michael, just drop out.
Yeah.
You're gonna get failed in this class.
Yeah.
And so I didn't fight it. I could have. Maybe I should. Maybe you think I'm weak, but he didn't want to go there. So that's the real problem, is that you are intimidated, that you are stared down, you are called out. It's bad.
Well, and that's
horrible.
Not to defend the colleges on this by any stretch, but I do think there's a difference in when you are 18 to 22, and yes, you're still a kid, even though you're technically adult, you're still a child for the most part, unless you're just incredibly, incredibly mature at that age. But there's also hey, well, you don't have to go to that school. You chose to go to that school. You're a customer, really. Whereas I feel far worse for those that are in high schools that don't have school choice, that get subjected to this and have no alternative.
Yeah, but
right?
I will say this as like for us, Penn State, we the taxpayers, for example, a state school.
That's true.
You could argue, and most colleges, unless you're Hillsdale, right? You are receiving federal funds.
Well, and private schools are too.
Yeah.
Right? We talked about
that's a good yes.
Harvard's
true.
endowment is massive, yet they still get federal funding.
So if you get federal funding, I would just say this. I don't care what your politics, if you're an educator, as long as you welcome in and fully support and embrace differing viewpoints. As long, look, I'm not going with the Nazi tattoo guys' viewpoints. I'm not going there because that's obviously, Nazi sympathizer. But if somebody is talking about a political point of view or history that had a certain political bent, I think it's okay for that discussion. I think that, in fact, is a good thing.
Yeah.
And contrarily, I will say the local high school that David went to, do they have a liberal bent? Yes, but they have very small class sizes, sometimes 6 to 14 students, and they celebrated diversity of thought, even if it was conservative.
Yeah.
And that, to me, I love that. I think that's strong to say, yeah, whatever you believe or you're thinking about, because you're a kid, so you're debating policy. That's where we should all be.
Yeah. Farish, this stuff, has been going on for decades, but the, public discourse started to be infected by this left-wing woke nonsense probably 12, 13, 15 years ago, right when you're probably at Hofstra. Did you get the sense that this was going on at Hofstra? Could you pick up on it in any of your classes?
Not only did I pick up on it, but a little of it happened. I was in a radio class, and we had to 2012. The Romney-Obama debate was being hosted on campus, right? And so in one of our classes, we had to produce like a feature piece about a particular issue that we thought was going to be debated, or just an issue in the election in general. And so I interviewed 3 professors, a liberal, right? She was not nasty, but she was left. I had a good relationship with this professor. She was good. I interviewed a centrist, and she was more focused on geopolitics, right, and all of this. And I interviewed an actual conservative professor that was on there. That was one of my political science professors. That was my minor. And we had to show our rough draft to the professor in this class. And the minute the conservative professor got on there, I saw his expression change. And by the way, all 3 of these people were saying the same things. It was the issue about the fiscal cliff and allowing Bush's tax cuts to expire in 2012. And we were in a recession. And I just asked the question, is this a good idea what are the pros? What are the cons? And so I had the centrist professor talk about it from a geopolitical angle on what that would do to investments in the United States. I had the liberal professor basically say, yeah, not the best idea timing wise to do it here. Although, raising taxes, there's an argument about it, raising government revenue. And then the conservative professor who said, raising taxes in a recession is a bad idea. But they all basically agreed it wasn't the best time for tax cuts to expire during a recession. But when this conservative professor spoke, my radio professor told me all of a sudden the whole piece was biased. And I said, wait a second. He said the same thing that they said. You just don't like him. It has nothing to do with what he said. You don't like him because of where he falls. Well, it's biased. You have to take it out. And I said to him, if you take any points off of this assignment because you don't like the guy who is saying the things, if it's not a production related thing, you are barking up the wrong tree, guy. I don't even think about it. And so not only did I do that, but now that I know that I was under this guy's skin, okay, I signed off the piece and I painted it very doom and gloomish to sway my classmates about this, and signed off with like a line like my fingers are crossed or whatever, like that we don't go off the fiscal cliff. The class heard the piece and they were like, wait a second, what's happening? And I said, all them taxes and your pay cuts and your paychecks and all that, you don't like those numbers, right? Because then your take home goes down. Well, Obama and the Democrats want to increase. They want you to keep less money. Oh, I'm not voting for Obama. Screw this. I don't want to do that. And the professor turned white in the class. It was great. But it did happen. And that was tame back then. And I think now, if something like that were to happen, I probably would have gotten a failing grade. Less emboldened then, more so than they are now. But it happens. This guy tried to tell me to take this professor out of the piece.
Yep.
But he was saying the same thing as the other two and didn't have a problem with the other two. Yep. So, I was just like, don't even think about it, dude. Don't even play this game. I got an A. So
not the message.
Good. I'm glad you got the A.
Absolutely.
These people are crazy. I'm telling you. They're crazy.
Cut Sheet is coming up next. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I love summer vacation, and the Zioli family, we love Cape May, and we love the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, and you will love it too. Book a June midweek stay, and you're going to save big time because you're going to get resort credits back. The longer you stay, the more you save. 3 nights get you $60 a night in resort credits, 5 nights get you $70, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to get food and beverages at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. Take the family on a whale watching boat cruise. But you got to book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. So go to grandhotelcapemay.com. And the Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding or special event. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. But they always sell out for the summer, so make sure you make your reservations today. You'll love the outdoor pool, the indoor pool, you'll love it all. grandhotelcapemay.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
See website for details. BillsApp.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to billshappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
Billshappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. Billshappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to billshappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to billshappen.com. That's billshappen.com. Billshappen.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
7:52 Friday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker. We've got Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly here, per usual. And on a Friday, we always do Fight Club and then Fight of the Week. That's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Stocker off this morning. He's at Hofstra University, the Fighting Farishes, at a Talkers Radio convention. I guess he's probably telling college students that talk radio is a booming industry these days. If you want to get into it, you probably have a good time. If you want to go into music, you should probably avoid that because you're going to be phased out by AI.
Hold on. Speaking of music.
Yeah.
Have you seen the controversy? My wife brought this up to me yesterday. Have you seen the controversy around Luke Bryan's new song, Fish Hunt Golf Drink?
No.
It is.
And I love
Luke. First of all, this is one of the worst songs I've ever heard in my life. It is. But when I tell you the lyrics are quite literally, I think it's wake up, coffee, camo, climb tree. This is in the people are commenting on this song saying, dude, ChatGPT did a horrible job with this song. Guys, if this is a song, like this is one of those things where like Weird Al would parody a country song to make fun of country music. It hit. The only thing missing is the truck. And I like country music.
So
I don't even hate Luke Bryan.
Yeah.
Luke Bryan's cool. He's a conservative from what I understand, like whatever.
Yeah.
This song is so bad.
I like him a lot. I'm surprised it would be that bad. I thought you were going to say somebody on the left was triggered by what he
no
what his lyrics were.
Dude, these lyrics are so. It's like an elementary schooler wrote this, and I get it. Like Luke Bryan's like, "Shut up, I'm having fun." Whatever.
Right.
Like I get it.
Right.
Dude's mailing it in right now.
Wow.
He obviously had gone fishing, hunting, and golfing drunk.
Yeah, look, I do most of that minus the hunting and fishing every day.
The song is called Fish Hunt Golf Drink. I mean, if you just look it up on YouTube and you look at the comments, he is getting torn to shreds because we listened to the song list and look, maybe he did this on purpose so that people would listen to it. I have no idea.
I'm going to write a song.
To it last night. I was like, this is awful.
All right, where's that coming from? Who's playing this? Is this Dawn? Okay, I thought this was Jimmy with a bad version.
Gotta go golfing all drunk with Nick Kayal.
Tomorrow afternoon.
Country 1210 WPHT. Watch out, XTU. We're coming for you.
Wake up.
Here we go. Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
Phil and Jimmy, let's get the real YouTube version and we'll play that at some point.
It's not, I don't know.
I'm going to write my own song. Talk, nap, golf, drink.
Wake up.
Oh, I love that. That's
People
great.
are doing like they're like rewriting the song. Someone was like, turn on song, reach cliff, drive off.
Yeah,
it was really like
I'm more of a Jason Aldean, Luke Combs guy, but I like Luke Bryan. But from what I heard right there, I need to hear a better version and a longer version.
No, it's bad, guys.
It is.
So come on.
It's almost like you would put it.
Wake up, coffee,
wake up,
camo,
coffee,
climb tree.
Climb
what
tree.
Are we, cavemen?
Go fishing and hunting, getting drunk. I don't know. I bet you.
Up,
I bet you.
Coffee, cut sheet.
Cut sheet. Nick Kayal, shave your head.
Big
Soccer.
Big three. Golf, drink. I'm gonna do a Kayal and Company concert country tour.
Kayal and Company.
I'm serious, dude. I like.
Now, what's
Newman Price
Yeah.
puts these lyrics to shame.
Yeah.
And Newman Price does a great job.
True.
It's not even a low bar; it's a high bar.
Right.
But this is the low bar of music right here. Wake up, coffee, camo, climb tree, wet line,
climb the tree.
18. Stop.
All
Just
right.
stop.
Well,
You're mailing it in.
Here's
bro.
what we'll do.
Go golfing, listen to Kayal and Company.
We'll play this. We'll play the song at 8:25. Right before
Friday.
We break.
Yeah.
Newman, are you taking notes? I need a parody turned around by 9 o'clock, or you're off the payroll. Jimmy Kelly, let's fire up the cut sheet for Friday.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet for this Farish Friday is sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships and look for the big American flag. And on a happier note, can we please get some audio of Stocker speaking today? That would be even better than the country song we were just talking about. Come on, I want to hear that. Greg just saying, here's what you do. When you're doing this, make sure you make things tougher for the guy that's coming on up after you. Move the spots around. Send them clips of Delaney Hall that take 3 hours to edit. This is what you do. And stop getting your news from Twitter.
That's right. All right, cut sheet. I actually have a Farish trifecta to get to that includes an issue in Sean's old stomping grounds of Long Island, also a Tennessee story, and a Thomas Massey story. Back to back to back. We're going to call it the Farish trifecta. That's coming up shortly. But first, let's start with the Bidens. The Bidens have been a big story this week. Dr. Jill, the book tour, the media hits, the ridiculous statements, just how delusional she really is, how devious she was and can be. But America has picked up on it, and they have soured on the Bidens. Just in general, the name, seeing sound bites, clips, perhaps even books. Clip 18, if we could, Phil. This is our boy Harry Enton from CNN, who always seems to have interesting data on a variety of things in the world of politics. And Americans have one message for the Bidens. Clip 18, let's roll it.
American people have one message for the Bidens. That is, go away. Go away. I mean, just look at this. Look at Biden's net favorable rating. In January of 2025, it was minus 22 points. Has it gone any better? No. not really. He's still way underwater here at minus 19 points. He's 28 points underwater with independents. Joe Biden ended his term as president, is quite unpopular, and he remains quite unpopular. He is an anchor to the Democratic Party and potentially their fortunes in the 2026 midterm elections.
How does that compare to other former Democratic presidents?
Okay, let's go back through the history books. I went back through the spreadsheets, right? This is essentially what we're looking at. Former Democratic presidents' net favorability at this point post-presidency. The lowest by far is Joe Biden, 19 points underwater. Barack Obama was a rock star, 31 points above water. How about Bill Clinton? Wasn't so popular after office, but even then he was just 3 points underwater, basically breaking even. And then Jimmy Carter was 22 points above water. Joe Biden, the most unpopular former Dem president at this point post-presidency of any Democrat that I could find going through the spreadsheets over the last 50 years.
All right, let's actually stop it right there because I want people to think about that. Jimmy Carter was considered probably the worst president in our lifetime until Joe Biden came along. But even Jimmy Carter, after leaving the Oval Office, was a plus 22. Joe is actually, if my math is correct, 41 points in the wrong direction of Jimmy Carter, which I would argue, Sean Farish, cements his legacy as the worst president in modern American political history. And I think the American people are like, see you later, pal, and take your wife and your son and everybody else with you.
Yeah, well, 81 million votes, though, Nick. You got 81 million votes. You got to remember that. 81 million, right? That's what we're told to believe. It was all legitimate. You know, all the ones in California, the ones in Pennsylvania. 81 million. Most popular president of all time. Come on, man. This is the guy who no longer thought of himself as being as old as he was than Fly, right? This is him. Joe Biden. Most popular president. He got more votes than Obama. What? I'm just, I'm giving you the MS Now talking points right now. Joe Biden. Remember, what's his name? Joe Scarborough. This is the most cogent. This is the best version of Biden I've ever seen. Yeah, minus 19 points. You dope. Listen, this guy. If the American people want him to go away and the Democrats want him to go away, you know what? This is the one time. Give me more Joe Biden. Okay, let Hunter Biden keep spouting off on social media. Did you know Hunter was lecturing people on corruption the other day? Mm-hmm. Oh, the Trump guy. I said, really?
Yep.
You are a crackhead who needed a 10-year blanket pardon from daddy to stay out of Bubba's lap in jail. Mm-hmm. Really? Because you sold out the country while your dad was vice president and then later president. Really? You're going to lecture everybody on corruption? Really? Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I got accused, Nick, of course, being paid to call Hunter Biden a crackhead.
Now,
which, I mean, let's go.
Is that the APAC? Is that the APAC money, the Odyssey money, the Rumble money? Which check is that?
I don't know who's paying me to say that Hunter Biden's a crackhead. Probably, Trump or somebody, the Republican Party. Who's paying you? Nobody's paying me. The dude smoked crack on camera. We saw it. Mm-hmm. What is the deal here?
It's also a deadbeat dad. And by the way, I got to ask you about this, Dawn. So it was, I think Jill, she's done so many interviews this week. I don't think it was the one-on-one with that other lady from CBS that we never heard of. Mm-hmm. It might have been The View, but the point being, somebody asked about Joe and Hunter and grandchildren, and Jill once again omitted Navy Joan Roberts. Mm-hmm. How does now I know that Hunter's not, her biological son, but he'll say, oh, Hunter's my son. She always says, Hunter's my son. How does a grandmother omit one of your grandchildren? I mean, am I wrong by saying that that's a very diabolical thing to do? I mean, we could bang on Hunter Biden all day for being a deadbeat dad, doesn't pay his child support, the whole thing. But even Jill, who everybody, in the mainstream media, they want to act like she's Florence Henderson, like she's just the mom of the Brady Bunch. She's Philly Jilly. You don't even count Hunter's daughter in your list of grandchildren. Yeah. That's bad, right?
Yeah, I think it's just that the family had, disowned that situation. And at some point, I think Joe and Jill Biden did, in fact, acknowledge
they did.
Navy, right? They did. And we reported that at the time. But as far as, you think about Hunter Biden, he was 2 years old when when Joe Biden's first wife was killed in that car accident. He was 2. So Jill Biden is the only mother he remembers in his life. And so I just think with her, this tour has been a disaster for the Democrat Party in general.
You think the book's going to flop big time?
No, I think she'll sell the book.
Really?
I think she's selling it. I think she's going on these shows and she'll sell her book. And but I simply think that her everything that she's messaging is not where the Democrats want this message to go.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that when you put it all together, as Sean calls him, Nazi tattoo guy, Jill Biden, who's trying to create her own spin as far as what the Democrats were doing to her husband and making, I think her husband, she's trying to make him look more sympathetic, and especially her saying they should have just left him in place, that he was betrayed, etc. None of this isn't a bad couple of weeks for Democrats, but they'll do what they always do. They will come together because they always do, and they'll come together and they'll shove a lot of money behind all of these different candidates in these campaigns, and then they coalesce.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why this snapshot, if you look at this week or the past 2 weeks, not great for Democrats, but overall, as you pointed out, we got 5 months until next November with an election. And what does that mean? Everybody's predicting it will be a bloodbath for Republicans.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sean, you mentioned Hunter Biden. Let's get to the president's thoughts. Phil, this is 27F and 27G. Donald Trump reacting to Hunter Biden, who I guess, and I did not see this. I've seen him active on social media, but I did not know this. Hunter, let's say this with a straight face, teasing a potential 2028 presidential run. Donald Trump was asked about this. 27F, let's roll the big guy's little boy.
I have a question about Hunter Biden. He's on social media now, and he has suggested, maybe joking, I don't know, that he could run for president in 2028. How would he do, Hunter Biden, in a 2028 Democratic primary?
Well, you would think that, past has something to do with winning an election, and I would say his past is not the greatest. Where's Hunter? Remember my Where's Hunter? It became the #1 shirt anywhere in the world for about 3 weeks. I'm not going to say bad. I'm sure, hey, if the guy from Maine can do well, I guess Hunter could do well too, because the guy from Maine is a basket case. And I would say worse than him is the one from Texas. That looks like Alfred E. Newman. I would say that if he can do well, maybe Hunter can do well. I'm not sure. It'll be pretty close as far as I'm concerned.
We actually have the president.
Judge Alfred E. Newman. He's calling Alfred E. Newman.
Who that judge? Mr. President, your thoughts on Hunter riding the Biden family name into politics?
Well, he's a crackhead. You look at it, they say crack kills. He's a crackhead. He smokes a lot of crack. They say once you go crack, you never go back, right? They say, sir, he's recovering, sir. So he's not recovering. He's crazy. He thinks he could run for president. He's probably smoking crack again. Think about it. But he's not a smart, he's really not a smart person. And a nasty guy, too. Think about it. A nasty guy. He gets along very well with China. I have a better relationship with China, but only a little bit, because he had a great relationship with China, but it was a one-way street for China. But he got a lot of money. 10% for the big guy. You look at Hunter Biden. But he's a crackhead, and we're not going to have a crackhead as a president.
You are not a smart person.
That was the Farish board, I believe, right?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay. 27G. Obviously, a lot of talk about Joe Biden, that debate, June 27th, 2020, almost the 2 or 3 weeks away from the 2-year anniversary of that, all of that being relitigated. Remember, Jill said she didn't know if Joe was drugged or if Joe was having a stroke, and she had never seen that before. It's been a bad week for Jill Biden in friendly territory. I mean, she's not going on Sean Hannity to promote a book and facing crossfire. She's been on friendly network cable news and has looked bad. Trump was asked about Joe Biden. 27G.
Joe Biden is out promoting a new book this week. When you met with Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, right here in the Oval Office on November the 13th of 2024, could you detect any cognitive decline in President Biden at that time?
No, not really. I mean, he was the same guy I've been watching for a long time. I mean, you could go back 40 years. I watched him 40 years ago, 30 years ago. He was never the sharpest guy. You do know that, right? It wasn't like he was sharp as a tack. But, no, it was the same guy. They actually invited me here before the election, which was strange. You know, we went here before, but then I met also, as you know, we did the ritual. And, I mean, he was fine as far as I was concerned. I don't know, something happened to him during the debate. It could have been me. You know, I thought I had a very good debate. Nobody ever says that. They say that Biden did badly. What about me? Did I do well?
Trump didn't have to do much that night. I think it was, and I said this earlier this week when we were talking about some of this Jill stuff that came out on Monday, or maybe even in the last week, because we had this on Thursday and Friday show as well. Trump's ability that night in Atlanta to just let Joe self-destruct was really good. You know, sometimes you don't have to counterpoint somebody. When somebody's spontaneously combusting and he's your adversary, you just sit back and let the flames continue to engulf the building. And Biden crashed and burned on that night. I didn't think Trump was bad by any stretch. I didn't think he was great by any stretch. In fact, I don't really remember much of Trump saying anything other than, I don't think Joe knows what the hell he just said. And yeah, they murdered Medicare or Medicaid. That was kind of the highlight of the night for Trump. It was just Biden self-destructing before our very eyes and proving us all right after all the gaslighting that we endured for 2 years by dummies like Joe Scarborough. Sean, you mentioned it earlier. He's cogent. I actually undersold. He's more than cogent. This is the best version we've ever seen. And F you if you can't handle that. That guy gets paid millions of dollars to say that stuff. It's outrageous.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yep.
Yeah, of anyone getting paid to spout talking points. Where's the criticism of Joe Scarborough, right? No, here's the thing, right? It's crazy. You mentioned that Donald Trump had this rare display of, he was standing there, probably heard Biden going. He said, "Oh, that's who I'm debating tonight? Okay, I'm just gonna put my feet up." You know, it's like what the opponent of the New York Jets does every week. They're like, they'll eventually just give us the ball. We don't even have to try. they'll eventually just say, "Here you go. Yeah, we'll just drop it right here. You guys do. Here's the game on a silver platter." That's it. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Trump, because I think he had a strong night. And one of the you bring it up. One of the reasons why I believe he had a strong night is he didn't do too much talking. He just kind of realized what was going on and just sat back and let his opponent just feed him ammunition without him even having to try, right? Trump, of course, is going to say, "Oh, you don't talk about how well I did. I did very well. I shut up. I never shut up before. I'm never somebody to bite my tongue, but I bit it so hard. I bit my tongue so hard I almost bit it off, believe it or not, because, I had to let Joe Biden. But I bit my tongue so hard, and we just let him do all the talking, and he did a lot of talking, and it was not very good for him. That much I can tell you.
It was not. Harry Mays, one of our contributors, loves to be a cut sheet contributor, has sent me a Kathy Hochul clip that we will play as well. So now it's a Farish quartet. I have Long Island, I have Tennessee, I have Thomas Massey, and I have Kathy Hochul coming up. So I'm just going to maybe
Bucktooth Botox Bandit of Buffalo.
Yeah. I'm just going to let you loose like a wild buffalo into a retail shopping outlet. You can be like a bull in a china shop. I just want you to mow everybody down. This is great. One last set of clips here on the media and Trump. This was talked about a lot on social media Wednesday and Thursday. The interaction between Trump and I like to call her Little Miss Snippy Shorts, Caitlin Collins of CNN. But before we play, actually, you know what? Let's play the most recent version, because I have a clip from 2015 of Caitlin Collins that's going to show you her media transformation. But let's start. This was Trump clip 17B. This was Caitlin Collins with Trump, and Trump slams Caitlin Collins, reminding everybody that she used to be a conservative reporter from Alabama and then became a woke liberal when she joined CNN. Clip 17B.
Mr. President, just to clarify on what you were asked earlier, is the $1.8 billion DOJ fund dead, or is it on hold?
It's, I'd have to ask the lawyers. I don't know. I know one thing, the weaponization. Are you talking about the weaponization fund?
Yeah, what's your decision?
The weaponization fund, as far as I'm concerned, was a beautiful thing. It was something I was I didn't make it, but I heard that. I thought that was the greatest thing because people like you have abused our people so badly. The fake news like CNN, like the New York Times and like others have abused our people. Wait a minute, be quiet. Have abused our people so badly, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You used to be a conservative. She was a conservative from Alabama. Can you believe it? But CNN, in particular, CNN does such false reporting. But now they have new ownership, so maybe it'll straighten it out. I doubt it. But it's hard to straighten garbage out. But CNN has abused, and others have abused so badly. People, these are people that are great people that were destroyed. Their families have been destroyed. Many suicides. They committed suicide. People that went there with love. They went there with love. You know, when I made that speech early in the day, tremendous crowd. I hate to say because they'll say, oh, I was wrong on the number, but I believe it's the largest crowd I've ever spoken to by twice. The biggest crowd, I think, bigger than the inaugurations, bigger than anything. And there was so much love and friendship. It was the most amazing thing.
All right,
People
you can
were crying.
stop it right there.
Wait a minute. Let me.
There she goes once again. She is? She is the foil to Trump, like Peter Doocy is to a Democrat politician or president. But I love the fact that she had to interject. She goes, "I'm still from Alabama. I'm still from Alabama." Now, when you talk about that, here is Caitlin Collins, 17A, Phil. This is in 2015 when she worked for Tucker Carlson's The Daily Caller and had a very different demeanor.
Who do you think you are?
Roll that. 17A, Phil.
From our nation's capital. Caitlin, what does that mean? What's George Soros trying to do with the immigration crisis?
Good morning. Okay, so George Soros is this foreign-born left-wing guy who essentially wants to change the nature of our country. And in this data dump, one of the memos was about the refugee crisis. And they made 3 points. They think that they've been successful at influencing immigration policy across the world. They think that the refugee crisis is an opportunity to continue doing so. And they think the refugee crisis is the new normal. And George Soros is this guy who is a staunch advocate for open borders. He wants people to be able to go wherever they want, whenever they want, for whatever reason. And for him, he sees this immigration policy, this crisis, as a vehicle to further his immigration agenda.
Fox and Friends 11 years ago with Steve Doocy, where you had a smiling, pleasant, upbeat Caitlin Collins pretty much saying George Soros is the boogeyman. Man, it's funny how things have changed in 11 years, is it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's something. I'll tell you what. She was a baby, huh? But she's still pretty young. Oh, my goodness. You know, calling out George Soros on national television now to, like you call her, I love her, Miss Snippy Shorts.
Little Miss Snippy Shorts.
Until on TV, well, I'm still from Alabama. Shut up. Just be quiet. You know, be quiet. Listen to the man and be quiet. Every time you open your mouth, you say something stupid, just be quiet. That's it.
Yeah, and Dawn, this illustrates what I have said about the legacy media compared to Fox females. Fox females are always pleasant. They're smiling. Doesn't matter if it's Carly Shimkus or Ainsley Earhart or Dana Perino into McEnany, into Sandra Smith. I'm trying to think throughout the day parts. Martha McCallum, again, Perino with the 5. The unpleasant faces don't really start to come out on Fox until Ingram takes the stage.
Yeah. Yeah. You stop.
A little bit stiff face.
I do think Caitlin Collins is different. I didn't even recognize her.
Yeah. Her face is a little fuller. She looks great there. I mean, I'm not saying she's fat, but she's definitely thinner now. But she's just so nasty.
It's funny, though, because she has like blonde highlights there and she has dark brown hair now. I didn't recognize her. But in any event, I just think that it's a shame that CNN, the culture that they have is this whispery sort of, I don't know, it's almost like a negative energy thing going on.
It is.
There's no reason to have that. And the women do it more than the men, although I think it comes from Anderson Cooper has that whispery thing. So I think they copy him. But you don't, to be a credible journalist and ask tough questions or good questions, you can still do it with a smile.
You're right.
It doesn't kill you. I don't know what that is.
And it's not just when they're talking negatively about Trump or painting something in a negative light with Republicans.
they don't really get upbeat and smile for Democrats either.
No.
Now the line of questioning is different. If they have a Democrat on, they're not going to try to pin him into a corner like they would a Republican. Same thing with legacy media on a Sunday morning. Kristen Welker's got a much different line of questioning for a Democrat versus a Republican being across from her. But they don't get all giddy for anybody. It's like everything is just low energy, straight faced. I don't know if they're trying to portray themselves as journalists down the middle, but whatever it is, it's not an enjoyable viewing experience.
Right.
That's the way I've always looked at it. Like, oh my God, the doom and gloom. To Fox's credit, even when they're talking about negative things or trying to oversell positive things, man, it's much more pleasant. It's energetic. You've mentioned it. The lighting is different. The quality of the production. And you know what? Even the guys, I bust Kilmeade's balls all the time, but him and Lawrence Jones, good personalities on television.
Yeah.
Shocking. It works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. All right, here we go. This is the Farish Quartet.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to go in inverse order. We're going to go from Hochul to Massey to Tennessee back to Long Island. This is from Cut Sheet contributor Harry Mays, who has a rare off day from his senior PGA golf calendar. Harry's trying to be a professional golfer, but he loves to commit to the Cut Sheet. So this looks like what he sent me was Jackie Heinrich is interviewing somebody on Fox News. I guess New York Democrats just voted under the, I don't even want to call it the tutelage, but under the governance of Kathy Hochul, that mother and father have been erased as terms in the state, and they are replacing it with gestating parent and non-gestating parent. Can't believe this is real life. If this clip sucks, blame Harry. I haven't listened to it yet, but let's roll this, Phil.
New York Democrats argue the words mother and father are outdated and need to be replaced with more inclusive terms under state law. All that's needed now is Governor Kathy Hochul's signature. So if Hochul approves, in New York's family court and in domestic and education law, a mother would be labeled as a gestating parent, a father as a non-gestating parent, and paternity proceedings to determine the child's father would be called parentage proceedings. The bill passed the state Senate this week and the state assembly back in March. Governor Hochul proudly calls herself New York's first mom governor. It's unclear if she'll support this change, though.
I'm not familiar with what was introduced late last night, so I'll take a look at it. I have until the end of the year to review them and make a decision, so I won't be commenting on pending legislation.
New York would join other states like Massachusetts, California, Connecticut, and Colorado to change the definition and wording of parents in their state laws. Democrats argue the bill is necessary to accommodate surrogacy cases and same-sex couples. Now, Governor Hochul's up for re-election this year. Her main challenger, Republican Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, tells Fox this morning this bill is a continuation of war declared on families by Democrats. Jackie?
Just unbelievable. Sean Farish, I guess Kathy Hochul will make a decision, but get ready to refer to Mama Farish and Papa Farish as gestating and non-gestating parents.
You see, it's amazing in New York, right, where you have a huge cost of living crisis. In New York City, you have a major crime problem. In upstate New York, you've got the ability there under the ground to generate tons of wealth and energy, much like you're doing in Pennsylvania with fracking. And this is priority number one for the New York State Legislature, is gestating and non-gestating parent. Like think about it. Like, there are things that New Yorkers want addressed by the legislature, maybe a tax cut, maybe some short-term relief at the pump, and they get gestating and non-gestating parent. And you know what? The New York City liberals are going to eat this up. This is great. How does this impact your life at all? Mm-hmm. This is not the government's job to create new euphemisms. How does this address any of the issues in New York? The crime, the drugs, the cashless bail, the cost of living, energy prices through the roof, property taxes raking people over the coals. And this is what New York State Legislature does, is they pass let's not refer to them as moms and dads. Let's refer to them as gestating and non-gestating parents. I need a liberal anywhere. And I don't care. You could be from New York, California. You could be from another galaxy. Tell me how this addresses anything meaningful in the real world. Tell me, because it doesn't. It does nothing. Precisely nothing. Look what we did. What did you do? Everything is still expensive in New York. This does nothing to solve any of those problems. If you live in New York right now, this is the legislature that you're stuck with. And I encourage you, if you can, to get the hell out of that state. They're not working for you anymore, and they don't care. Stop paying their salaries.
Or
That's my
fight.
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Yeah.
Because what this is about, and as the reporter said at the end of his report, other states have already done this. This is a fight against the American family.
Yep. The institution that is.
Yep. First, they went after the very first thing, and this is years and years ago, they went after men so that there were no alpha men, right? You're all toxic,
Right.
and
Toxic.
you need to cower.
Right.
Then they've gone after the moms for liberty, mothers, the word mother. They don't want the word mother, which is so beautiful, or father. They are attacking the traditional family. And what they're saying is, well, this is in family court. We need to be more equitable and respectful of the quote unquote modern family and the LGBTQ plus IA, blah, 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 blah. And all of this right here is an attack on on our traditional families. Wake up, America, because this is coming to Philadelphia. This is coming to Chicago. This is coming to every city and every state across the country.
You think Sherelle would be on board with that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons that I support Mayor Sherelle Parker, is because she loves being a mother, and she celebrates her husband and her son, and yes, they're parenting. And although she's respectful, and today they're raising the pride flag and having a big pride ceremony at City Hall and all that, good. You be you, raise your pride flag. But why is it that you have to dismantle the flag of fatherhood and motherhood and the celebration of the traditional American family? Why do you have to dismantle and take apart one thing to then raise up your flag?
Mm-hmm.
You see,
They
want to decimate what it is to be a woman. They want everybody to be confused as to define what it is to be a woman or a mother. Why is that? It's all by design.
Yeah. And they lost 2 years ago by making their entire platform about identity politics, and they haven't changed a single bit, which makes it even more reprehensible for a Republican to lose to crazy people that have doubled down on crazy, that haven't learned a damn thing. All right, we'll come back. We have, I believe, a Newman Price remix off of what Sean Farish claims is a terrible new Luke Bryan song. We will play you Fish, Hunt, Golf, and Drink, and then we will give you Newman correcting what Newman says is the worst song ever written. That is coming up next as we continue with Kayal and Company. But first, a word from our friends with Families Behind the Badges. Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up Sunday, July 26th, just 7 weeks from this Sunday. Tons of options as well. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to AC, 30 from Hamilton to AC, or 10 miles, the stretch run from Galloway to Atlantic City. And, of course, a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel with food and beverages after the ride. You can even register to ride with all of us here in Team 1210. We have over 34 riders now, and whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause, we hope that you will visit bend2shore.org. And when you sign up, use the code NICK1210. They will take $25 off of your registration fee. That's bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a local nonprofit that provides financial relief to families of fallen and injured first responders, fosters positive relationships between cops and kids, and provides mental and emotional well-being resources to first responders.
You know, with gas prices on top of everybody's minds, have you considered a hybrid vehicle? Yeah, there are a lot of gas-saving options available right now from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, and what about the CR-V SUV? Right now, take advantage of 2.99% financing. That's for 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months. That's for the CR-V SUV. That's what my husband Larry drives. Loves it. Experience award-winning hybrid performance. Do this today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. You can always start shopping online. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Best part about Dr. Mike Veneria is that every person who goes there says the same thing. I have a beautiful smile thanks to Dr. Mike, and that's why other dentists and doctors send their patients to Dr. Mike Veneria. He's my family dentist, the Zioli Family Dentist. First discovered by Mama Zioli for our family, and Bridget went there for a beautiful smile upgrade last year. And when it comes to your smile, you go to the guy that the other doctors and dentists send their patients to for the complex stuff. That's what you should do. Get a free dental implant consultation. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care, it's about compassion. That's why he is the best of the best. For over 12 years, other dentists have sent their patients to him for that reason. 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and in Woodbury, right over the bridge. Great people. Your care, your health, your smile, that's his top priority. Make your appointment today. VeneriaDental.com. VeneriaDental.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at ClosetFactory.com. That's ClosetFactory.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
8:34, Kayal and Company on a fired up Ferris Friday. Fight Club, fight of the week on the way. Today in music history, the Big Three, Dawn Show, coming up 10 o'clock this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Still plenty to get to on the cut sheet. Thomas Massey Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, where do you see this clip? Also, more for Sean Farish to sink his teeth into, not only in the great state of Tennessee, but also Bayville, a small Long Island village. We're going to get to this interesting clip, courtesy of our boy Dan Borowski, who compiled some of these cuts, and that's coming up shortly. But earlier this morning, about 40 minutes ago, Sean had mentioned something in regards to a new song written and produced by the great Luke Bryan. Definitely a top 10 country star for the last 15 years or so. And Sean, if you could, before we play this and we play what Newman Price believes is a much better song, just give us the backdrop to what occurred between, I guess it was you and Brennan?
Yeah, so Brennan was like, did you see this? Because we went line dancing last night, which is always fun, right?
Do we have any video of you dancing?
No. We don't take
Would you ever line dance as Trump?
Yeah, well, sometimes I'll drop into the little YMCA, right? Well, we'll be putting up the video when we get a little better, right? And when I say we, I mean me. I'm not very good at it. She's pretty good at it. I'm not very good at it. But anyway, so we get home and she's like, have you seen this? Like, I think it's Luke Bryan. Like, there's this really bad song that came out. And I'm going, all right, let's see, right? Let's see what it is. And I looked this up. She's going, you gotta read the comments. The comments are crazy. I go on YouTube and I play it on, I cast it to the TV because I'm a technological. Let me just tell you, the greatest. It was a cast. It was a beautiful cast. And we played it on the TV. And I'm going, what am I hearing here? So I, look up the lyrics, and it's probably the most elementary lyrics you'll ever have. Total generic country song, whatever. Mm-hmm. I know Luke Bryan likes to have fun with his summer anthems. Fine. I mean, I don't hate the guy. I really don't. Mm-hmm. And he's having fun in the video. You can tell he's having fun. But it's such a bad song. It's a poorly written song. And it is the meme of what people like to say about country music. It literally goes through the taglines of like what every country music song is about. And it's slop. Like, okay. Really, you could have written a better song with AI, which is what Newman Price does. So, it really is just an awful. It's catchy, like It's been in my head, but it's not good.
Okay, so let's we have the Luke Bryan song, and then we will give you what Newman Price claims is significantly better, and it took Newman Price all of 8 minutes to create this. Let's start though. Here is Luke Bryan. I totally endorse and co-sign the golf and drink part, as well as the waking up and the coffee part. Fishing and hunting. I've been trying to arrange a Kayal and Company hunting trip for a while. Lawyers won't agree to it. They don't want me out there like Elmer Fudd. Yeah,
coffee. Got my first dookie. That's what it is. Okay?
I do that at 5:30 every morning.
Yeah, baby.
But you know what though? Like,
don't say it. Don't say it.
No. He's got a great voice.
Well, it's not. No, that is awful. And you know it. I don't care if you like. That's a bad song.
The lyrics are lazy.
Do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't really even think it's that catchy. But he's had a couple of other doozies. There's this one, Sunrise, Sunburn, Repeat. I mean, 7th graders come up with, more thought put into it. I do like, he does have the certain twang to his voice that I like, but I agree. That's not a great song. No.
It's lazy songwriting. It is.
It's very
It's lazy songwriting.
Yeah. He definitely subscribes to keep it simple, stupid.
It's a good wake up tune.
That was definitely simple and definitely stupid. But I don't hate the guy. And you can tell in the video, he's having fun. So I can't fault him. He's doing this goofy white dance, whatever. Like, I can't fault him. He's having a good time. Mm-hmm. And like, that's his big defense of the whole thing was like, all right, I'm having fun. Right. And nobody's looking to Luke Bryan to be like, Shakespeare or, one of the greatest composers of all time. But you got to give me something a little
deeper,
a little better than that.
Yeah, he's not going to be as deep as Luke Combs or some other country artist. But make no mistake about it. He comes to Nashville. He comes to Atlanta. He goes to Charlotte. He goes to Birmingham. He comes up to Pennsylvania or New Jersey. The chicks will eat that up. They will be out in full force.
And by the way, I've seen him live. He's a great live act.
Oh, yeah. He's very good. Yeah. All right. Now let's go to Newman Price, who spent all of 9 seconds working on this and claims that he's already surpassed Luke Bryan. Newman Price.
It's kicking 12-10 here.
I like it already.
The lyrics are already better, and we haven't even got the words yet.
Wake up, Kayal. Big take off the rail. Dawn's got news. Phil Sports on cue. After Dawn's news, got them cut sheet blues. After Fight Club, go drink at the pub. Jimmy's Fight Club intro, a mystery. You got Phil's music history. You know where to go to listen to Kayal and Cole. So tune in again to Talk Radio 1210. Best morning show you see on WPHT.
Woo! Look at that. And you think music stations and artists aren't worried about artificial intelligence? Dare I say, give us 96.5 FM because they're just wasting time with music.
This is going to be Phil's intro tomorrow night on the show.
Oh, my gosh.
He wants to go after the country stations now.
Think about, though.
That was really good.
Yeah.
Think about Zach
Much
Brown.
better than that nonsense that Luke.
Dawn, you were saying?
To your point, though, think about how simple, I love Zach Brown Band. Think about.
I like them too, yeah.
No, I like my chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, pair of jeans fit just right, and the radio up. I mean,
at least he uses verbs.
But I mean, it's simple, but it paints a picture. You know what I mean? Pair of jeans, it fits just right. It's just I love that song. So I almost want to say that Luke's song is almost, it's a little bit like a rap song. It's like a country rap, the way he does the words.
Okay.
So it's like a different style.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
There's some songs of his I like, some not so much. But I mean, has country music ever been deep? I mean, honestly.
Yes.
Really?
No, come on. There's some real deep country out there. My goodness.
How deep do they go? What's the deepest country song you've ever heard?
Man.
Can you explain
listen to Kenny Chesney's. Listen to Kenny Chesney's song "Back Where I Grew Up." There's a bunch of really, some of Brantley Gilbert's early stuff is edgy. It's deep.
Yeah.
Chris Stapleton is the same. I mean, there's some
George Jones.
There's good ones, but here's the problem. It gets buried for fish hunt, golf drink. That's what happens.
Well, I think a lot of people don't like the poppy stuff nowadays, right? A lot of country.
No, everyone loves the poppy stuff. Watch, this thing is going to go all over the place.
Well, not the music elitist.
Here's the other thing about music. It's 2 minutes and 37 seconds long. What happened to the long song? It's gone.
It's funny. It's funny you say that. My daughter loves this up and coming Nashville country act. His name is he's like 17 years old now. Maddox Batson. And we have his playlist on Spotify for when I take them to dance or to softball. And I took her to see him up in Allentown back in February. And he's coming again to Freedom Mortgage Pavilion at the end of the month. So we're going to go see him. We're going to go see, who's the guy that sings Truck Bed? Hardy.
I Drive Your Truck? Lee Bryce?
No, not Lee Bryce.
I Drive Your Truck.
Hardy sings Truck Bed and Stay Country or whatever. So I said to her, I go, Maddox Batson's songs are all 2 minutes and 50 seconds. I said to my wife, well, what's that about? And she goes, probably somebody that says that young people can't keep a song for 3.5, 4 minutes. I guarantee it's all based on attention spans these days. Like the young artists aren't doing 4.5 minute, 5 minute songs would be my guess. So
that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And it's a social media thing. Your song is shorter.
Right.
It's an attention span thing. It's probably some sort of analytics. You'll find out like baseball, wins above replacement, something playing a role in this nonsense now. But
speaking of war and wins above replacement, I don't expect a lot of wins out of this idea. Phil, let's go to clip 11 as we get to the second clip of the Farish Quartet. TMZ, and I believe they've launched their own DC bureau now because politics is such a soap opera and celebrity spectacle, in large part because I think Lauren Boebert has showed that, we need TMZ in D.C. But Thomas Massey reveals to TMZ that he and Marjorie Taylor Greene have a takeover plan to commandeer the Republican Party back away from Donald Trump. Clip 11.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene down in Costa Rica. How was that? What were you up to?
We were having a good time. We went fishing. We had a few margaritas.
Fish, hunt, golf, drink.
It was, and I got to talk to Marjorie about what life is like on the outside. And frankly, I'm not disappointed. I'm disappointed for our country that I won't be here and I won't be fighting. But personally, I think my mental and physical state of health will be much better on the outside. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to be quiet. Marjorie and I talked about things that I can't tell you here in terms of where the party's going and what we think it needs to be doing.
Look, I mean, a lot of people think you guys are cooking something up, you know, an America First, 2028, some sort of run. Would she make a good running mate, hypothetically?
I don't know that she wants to do that.
Okay.
She's got her finger on the pulse, though, of what MAGA was promised and what they still want and where they've been betrayed. And I think hers is an important voice going forward, whether she runs for office or whether she's advising people who do run.
I know you haven't made a decision or haven't announced a decision yet, but you know, if you did run, do you think like some sort of centrist sort of candidate who can get votes on both sides, is that something do you think the country would be into at this stage in our history?
I think people just want somebody who's honest and doesn't lie to them and keeps their promises. And we haven't seen that in Washington, D.C. I tried that track, and $30 million was spent against me running AI ads, that weren't true, obviously. But I think there's still an appetite for that, and it's not particularly partisan. I've had people, Democrats, who come up to me and say, look, I only agree with you maybe 20% of the time, but I know you're fighting and I appreciate what you're doing. And they support me for things like releasing the Epstein files or opposing this next war. And there are people out there who are just hungry for somebody who doesn't come up here and lie, who doesn't come up here and take the money from the lobbyists and the foreign interests, somebody who just comes up here and says what they'll do, whether it costs you a re-election or not.
He's drawing dead and he doesn't even realize it, as well as Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's no ace of spades left in the deck. It's already been burned. Sean, I'll play the TMZ wrestling promoter here. Imagine this. It's 2028. And remember Trump earlier this week, he said he would like to see Vance and Rubio. He said they would be unbeatable on a ticket. I would love to see Vance Rubio versus Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene battling for the primary. And when I say battling, those two, I guarantee you, if you were to poll it right now, they'd be polling in single digits. They would get the floor wiped with them.
Let me tell you. Okay, first of all, Thomas Massey wants to talk about somebody who does not lie. That is something that this guy does. He does it every day. Every time he opens his mouth, it's another lie, right? He believes, listen, let me explain. Very, very, very simple. Why did Thomas Massey lose? You'll get the trolls, Apex spent a lot of money, as if Thomas Massey spent $5. Okay? There was a lot of money that was spent by Massey. He actually individually outraised Ed Galrain. Now, was there outside expenditures that went in to support Ed Galrain? Yeah, there was. There were also outside and independent expenditures that jumped into Kentucky to support Thomas Massey too. Okay? So don't tell me it's all about the money, number one. Number two, if it was all about the money, Kamala would have won in 2024. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Number three, this guy is performing for an online audience. Why did he lose in Kentucky's 4th congressional district? Because he never talked about Kentucky. What did he talk about? The first thing, the Jews, Israel, Epstein. I get it. It's an important thing, the Epstein files. It is. I'm not taking anything away from how important and serious those allegations are and what may or may not have happened. I'm all for the transparency. Great. Keep fighting for it. No problem. But if you're running for an office that is representing a group of people and you never talk about the group of people and what you're doing to help them, they're going to stop supporting you.
Right.
It's this simple.
Right.
Right.
And just real one quick point on that. Like
to Marjorie Taylor Greene's credit, for one small sliver here, she actually was concerned about benefits for those that she represents in Rome, Georgia. Remember when she wasn't on board, and I'm like, okay, I know she's breaking with the president on this, but she's doing this for the people that elected her and put her into office. Okay.
She was at least citing her constituents, right? Here's the other thing, right? So Massey wants to say that Marjorie Taylor Greene has her finger on the pulse. Then why the hell did she quit? Right? Like what? Why did she leave? The other thing is, I like to keep my promises. TMZ, this idiot who was, I know you're undecided. No, Thomas Massey was decided about what would happen after the primary. And now all of a sudden he's doing something else. He said April 6th. Okay. So a month and a half or so before the May 19th primary. Okay. Where if I lose, I'm done with government forever. Now all of a sudden, I might not be done with government forever. Fine. I get it. But you can change your mind. But don't act like you're this man of principle. Final thing, May of 2023, Thomas Massey sits on the House Rules Committee. Okay? You can look this up. I'm not making, you don't like Massey. You're paid to not like Massey. I'm waiting for all this crap to start. No, look it up. You don't even have to do the Harvard. Go ask Grok or ChatGPT and do it for you. I know you're lazy. May of 2023, House Rules Committee. What's known as the Fiscal Responsibility Act is sitting in the House Rules Committee. Okay. And Thomas Massey, at that point, that bill was going to suspend the debt ceiling under Joe Biden for the remainder of his term. Okay. Thomas Massey was the deciding vote to advance it out of committee. Now, I thought he was against reckless spending. Mm-hmm. I thought he was against suspending the debt ceiling. No, he wasn't, right? He wasn't back then. He was the deciding vote. If there was ever a time to stand on your principles, that was the time you were the deciding vote. But no, he voted for it to get it out of committee. And then when it went to the full vote in the House, he voted for it again. Okay. So he voted to suspend the debt ceiling under Joe Biden for the remainder of his term, but he wants to stand on a soapbox and pound his chest about reckless spending, and I don't like adding to it. Added $1.5 trillion to the debt. Now people go, he was told he was going to get spending cuts from Kevin McCarthy. Okay. Does anybody in their right mind trust what comes out of Kevin McCarthy's mouth if you don't have it, solid in the legislation? The answer is no. So your two options here are he's either a liar and doesn't actually care about spending, or he's such a political novice after 14 years of no accomplishments for his district. He got played by Kevin McCarthy when everybody else knows you can't trust a word out of that guy's mouth. Mm-hmm. Stop performing for an online audience. Talk about your constituents. Stop talking about a foreign country all the time. Produce results and you'll get reelected. If you don't and you grandstand and you continually forget about your people and don't talk about them, you get smoked in a primary. Learn your lessons from what happened to Thomas Massey. This guy's a joke. I cannot believe he has actual support. He's principled. Look into him. All he does is lie every time he opens his mouth. He's on social media blocking people, which is unconstitutional, from his congressional account. Not that I care. Whatever. Do what you want to do. I don't really care. The guy is an absolute mess, and he's spiraling ever since getting smoked in that primary. It was one of the best things to happen in this primary cycle.
If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Fight Club is coming up in just over 15 minutes. Fight of the week. Cut sheet continues. Not only do we have transgender dance performances on taxpayer dollars in New York City, we also have a New Jersey radical Democrat that had links and ties to the 1993 World Trade Center bombing emerging victorious in Democrat primaries. We'll get to that, as well as narco boats and the bombings are back, plus Nick Saban on Capitol Hill with saving college athletics. It's all still ahead, plus two more in the Farish Quartet as we go back to Long Island as well as Tennessee. Fourth hour next.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Your life has many dimensions, and now there's an SUV engineered to support every one of them. Hey, it's Nick Kayal. My friends from Piazza Mazda want to tell you about the 2026 Mazda CX-5. After all, it is the most spacious CX-5 yet, with more room for both passengers and cargo. Feel complete control with the 15-inch touchscreen and built-in Google technology, including Maps, Google Assistant, and all of your favorite apps. Experience the all-new 2026 CX-5 for yourself at Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Piazza Mazda of Reading. Browse inventory online at piazzamazda.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Amazon Business. Discover smart business buying, where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It is 9:04. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Fourth and final hour here on a fairish Friday, brought to you by the United States Postal Service and Ground Advantage. Business moves fast when you ship with USPS Ground Advantage. You can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. 855-839-1210. California still counting votes. What do you think actually happens first? We get to the 4th of July, or we know who is the winner of the primary for
Not only the governor, but the mayor of Los Angeles.
It's crazy.
What a state just controlled by jackasses. What are they doing? What are they doing out there? I never know what they're doing. Well, I think I know what they're doing, but I haven't been able to confirm it. Anyway, we will have Fight Club with a special contributor coming up in just 5 minutes. Nick Dawn and Sean Farish is in for Stalker today. 2 more in the Farish quartet that I want to get Sean's thoughts on. We're going to go to Bayville. I'm assuming, Sean, you know where Bayville is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is clip 9, and apparently nobody wants to be the mayor of this small Long Island village. Approximately 7,000 people live there, and it's heading into its mayoral election with no official candidates on the ballot. After current mayor Steve Minicozzi decided not to seek re-election, nobody completed the process to formally run, meaning voters will have to write in their choice on election day. Former Mayor Doug Watson says the job is time-consuming, pays only $5,000 annually. Now, I would think Sean would be a great candidate, but Sean would never take the pay cut from the Jews to make $5,000 a year. Never. And would lead to a chaotic result if only a small number of write-in votes decided the race, which, by the way, just in case you've been wondering, if Long Island Village, population of 7,000, was in California, it would still take weeks for them to count that and find out who wins. But let's roll this and see what the heck is going on in Bayville, Long Island Village.
Long Island, the race for mayor is on in Bayville, but there is a problem. No one's running for mayor. With the election day in about 2 weeks, voters will have to write in their choice for the village's top job. News 4's Greg Sergel has the unusual story.
Bayville sits on Long Island Sound, a quaint North Shore village of roughly 7,000. So why will there be no names on this year's ballot for village mayor?
It's ridiculous. You know, I've never seen anything like this.
Townsend Cardinale has lived in Bayville for 45 years. One voter who calls all of this confusing.
We don't have the 2 parties anymore that we used, 2 local parties that we used to have.
Former village mayor Doug Watson still monitors local politics and says once the current mayor, Steve Minicozzi, announced in April he wouldn't seek re-election, no other candidates completed the process needed to get on the ballot and run.
Ask them to run for office, they don't want to do it. So they don't pay attention. When you don't pay attention, this is what happens.
Watson himself served 1 term as mayor and says the job can be time-consuming and doesn't pay much. The current mayor receives an annual stipend of only $5,000.
I had concerns that there was going to be no mayor, because that's what somebody was saying. We wouldn't have a mayor.
Michael Hancock owns the local pharmacy, and luckily his fear won't come to pass. A mayor will be chosen in Bayville June 16th. Voters will be asked to write in the name of any village resident they want for the job.
Get a lot of people writing in people who are not qualified, and that's a huge concern.
Others in Bayville share that concern. Right now it appears 4 people may be mounting a write-in campaign. Residents are waiting to hear more, hoping this election doesn't devolve into chaos.
Some guy comes up there with 50 of his closest friends. He's your mayor. If 100 people get 1 write-in each, it's a tie. So it's a strange situation.
Those planning to run a write-in campaign will get a chance to address their neighbors at a Meet the Candidates night scheduled for next Tuesday. In Bayville.
Now, I don't know the history of the likelihood of Democrats versus Republicans winning Bayville, but Sean, I don't know if you saw with about 30 seconds left, there was a guy named Ted. He's jumped into the pool, and he's got a sign, and it had his name, and it said, "Make Bayville Great Again." I don't know if he's a MAGA candidate or not, but I'm writing you in for the town that was incorporated in 1919.
I cannot believe nobody wants the job, but I can believe nobody wants the job because it's rough if you're not getting paid, right?
Well, you could run it remotely, right? You live in Tennessee. You could. I mean, a population of 7,000 people. Just do it from Murfreesboro.
You know, I could.
Well, Ilhan Omar married her brother. Who cares?
That's true. You know, the problem is, and this is actually a kind of a good thing in a way. The silver lining is nobody wants the job because the pay is not good enough, which, you know, I understand in New York, but you shouldn't be
a public servant because it pays well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you should be compensated for your time, but that should not be the motivating factor. Now, I get it. On Long Island, especially in Bayville,
Looks
that area of
beautiful.
Long Island,
Looks very nice.
it's a beautiful spot. A lot of money. It's very expensive to live there. As most places on Long Island, very expensive to live. I get it. You want to be compensated for your time. So I'm not telling you should work for free. But this is the problem. People will enter public office for the paycheck, not for the service. And in this case, this serving as mayor would be serving the community, not getting much in return. You're doing it because you actually want to serve. So it seems like nobody either has the time or wants to serve up in Bayville. And that's, it's a shame. I guess someone's going to win a write-in campaign. It's going to be wild. I hope Trump wins. I hope someone writes in Trump, like hundreds of thousands, like thousands of people write Trump, but it's got to be a Bayville resident, so it won't count.
All right. I would like to write. Well, I know maybe they don't live there, but what if we were to write in Papa Farish or Mama Farish?
Yeah,
they don't have residents there, but I mean they would do it. I don't know, they do a better job than nobody. Right?
Well, I mean, if you're a Democrat and you vote when you're dead, I mean, you could run Bayville from a different place. We got to play by their rules.
Brian could run it with his new song.
That's exactly right. As now we get ready for a Friday edition, but before we fire up the intro and play the Friday Fight Club, let's welcome in box number 4. Actually, this is the first time we've ever had two boxes. No, one box with two people in it simultaneously.
Oh.
Here they are.
Mama and Papa Farish are joining us for a Farish Friday.
Correction. Gestating and non-gestating parents of Sean Farish.
That's right.
Mama Farish, Papa Farish, how are we doing this morning?
Oh, we have no sound.
Oh,
we can't hear anything.
Oh, no, sir.
Your lips are moving.
We're having a problem.
Well, you look fabulous.
We're having a problem with sound.
Mama Farish has her Knicks cap on.
No,
it must be adorable.
She's ready for game 2 on Sunday night. She can Monday night. Yeah, she can barely contain herself. Ready to go. All right, we'll see if we can figure out the audio. In the meantime, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to a Friday Fight Club.
Philadelphia, a beautiful city, getting ready for its 250th anniversary. Who are we kidding? This place is a hole. They ought to call it the city of brotherly shove. Ever walk down Chestnut Street at 12:30? It does provide great material for Kayal and Company Fight Club. Stop sending me Delaney Hall clips. They take forever to edit. This segment is brought to you by the upcoming remote from Delaney Hall, where all FCC rules will be lifted during this broadcast. Yeah, and Philadelphia is going to be all cleaned up by the time the 250th anniversary happens, right? There is only one true statement in this whole intro. Fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man! We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club, baby! Friday edition. Fight of the week to follow. As I have just been handed today's submission. I don't know who it's from, but Phil Almquist did send me today's fight, as we have what I believe looks like a street fight. Even when the ice cream truck is in the neighborhood, people still have to act a fool. Because when the temperatures rise, people get testy, the shootings start to really pile up. And who knows? Maybe you were looking for a snow cone and you ended up throwing down. Jimmy Kelly, Phil Almquist, let's roll whoever submitted the Friday Fight Club. Oh boy. The power bomb.
Guys in jeans and gym shoes.
With the ice cream truck music in the background.
Aww.
What's up?
All over a freeze pop. Oh, is that a bat? Ooh, he just swung a bat. Oh my.
The ice cream truck. That's
Look at this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep. Wow.
Ice cream truck's trying to get through.
Well, yeah. Do we have her? Mama Farish?
Yeah.
Is that her?
We got to fix.
That's me.
Mama Farish. Phil, let's go. Box 4. Do we have her? Let's fade her in. Hey, there she is.
Hey.
And Papa,
you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, good.
So, how about this? Let's roll the fight back. No audio, and I want Mama Farish and Papa Farish to give us the play-by-play and the color commentary of what they're witnessing here. Let's roll it. Oh boy, yeah, the connection.
Going after somebody else.
Yeah,
Like a body slam.
Yeah, there was the body slam. Yeah, I think we're having trouble with their audio. Let's see if we can fade that down, guys, until we get their audio corrected. So let me see. Maybe we can at least get a score. Mama Ferris, you gave us a last Thursday at FOP Lodge 56. You gave the Fight Club a 7 out of 10. Do you have a score for us this morning?
Yeah, I give it an 8.
And I think she said 8. Was that an 8 that I hear? All
That was
right.
an 8. That was an 8.
Okay. We got a solid B. That was my high school resume. Just B's across the board. Never good enough for an A. B. Papa Ferris, do you have a score?
Yeah, I give it a 7.
I think he said 7.
7.
Around 7. Not like a 7.2, but a 7. Yeah. All right, we'll bring them down. The audio is not the best right now. All right, so Mama Ferris goes 8. Papa Ferris goes with a 7. And now we are going to get to the part which is always the most difficult. We're going to have to omit one because Jimmy Kelly, we can only have 4 that are polled on the YouTube chat, even though we have 5 submissions. So 1 must go. It's time for Fight of the Week. Fight of the Week, Jimmy.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
All right, Fight of the Week, as I have the list here in the rundown, courtesy of the great Phil Almquist. Monday, we had the graduation. Tuesday, we have some large women. Wednesday, we have a kids' party. And Thursday, which was yesterday, was the fight in downtown Greenville. Let's start with Mondays, and this was the graduation that went awry. Okay, this is, again, one without the audio. Yep, there we go. Very smooth segment we're running here this morning.
Get up there! Get up! Get up!
Looks like a high school gymnasium, perhaps a small college auditorium. And right down the steps they go. Just embarrassing. Floor seating, stadium seating. If I had to guess, that might be a 7, 8, 10,000 seat arena. Relatively decent size. But of course, nobody can get along. You know, Sean Ferris, there was a time, and that's good. That's all we need for Monday for a refresher, where people actually went to a high school or college graduation as a reason to celebrate. Now it's all about fisticuffs.
Yeah, we used to live in like a real civilized society. Now it's you graduate and you start a Royal Rumble, which, you know, I mean, if Obafemi's involved, we're okay with it. But if anything else, it's, it's not good. So
yep. All right. So that's
wild. That's
Mondays. Tuesday, the description, we had large women in Fight Club. Let's roll Tuesdays. Oh, yeah. Remember this? Oh, God.
Look at this.
Yep.
The 2 planets duking it out.
Yep.
Planetary warfare.
Yeah. Oh. The barefoot kick. Yep. Yep. What do you say? Combined weight of 525 pounds there? Bad. All right, so that's Tuesdays. Now we get to Wednesday, and this was the kids' party where, if I recall, this was, I think, at like a bounce house or one of those trampoline indoor parks. Let's roll Wednesday's Fight Club. Little kid just trying to go and get his tickets and his pizza. Look at this. 7 or 8 boys throwing down. 2 females enter the fray. And now a female fight breaks out. Look at this. We have a male fight club and a female fight club going on 7 yards apart. Just embarrassing.
Ugh.
And the sign says, where a kid can be a kid. Yeah?
This ain't what you're supposed to be doing when you're a kid.
No. All right, there you go. Something tells me learned behavior. And then yesterday we had downtown Greenville. Now, Dawn, is this South Carolina or North Carolina?
South Carolina.
Okay, South Carolina, the low country, the low state. Let's go to downtown Greenville. This is outside of a little, maybe mom and pop pizza shop or something. Bunch of dudes throwing haymakers. Being filmed from across the street. Looks like a very damp, wet street. Would not encourage fighting in flip-flops in wet weather. Jimmy Kelly had to do all sorts of censoring for this one. Downtown Greenville came out of retirement and brought back fight night. So says the person that recorded that video. And then, of course, we have the street fight with the ice cream truck. So we're going to have to omit one. So we've got Monday's graduation, Tuesday's large women, Wednesday's kids party, Thursday downtown Greenville, or Friday's street fight with the ice cream truck. I think we should omit the downtown Greenville one.
I agree.
Kind of run of the mill, right?
Kind of from a wide angle.
Unanimous.
Wide angle, yeah. All right, so here's what we'll do. Phil, let's put up the poll in YouTube. Fight Club Fight of the Week. Monday, graduation. Tuesday, the two large women. Wednesday, the kids party, where kids can be kids and lose all their baby teeth in a fight. And Friday, the street fight with the ice cream truck and the song jingling in the background. Sean, I'll start with you. Your vote goes to who?
I'm going with the ice cream truck brawl with the baseball bats and the music and all that. It's just peak summer, and it's a fight, and there's a lot of people involved, and there's external weapons. You know, it was a no holds barred. It was no disqualifications. I like that. I'm all about it.
And Phil Omquist actually was the man who pulled today's Fight Club. So Jetman approves. I like it. It was like a night out at the ballpark. You had baseball bats. You had ice cream. Yeah, it was like being at Citizens Bank Park, except for a street fight. Dawn, your choice. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Friday?
I'm going to go with, I agree with Sean Farish.
Okay. So Dawn, on board as well. Yeah. Kids party was solid. Large women is always a plus.
Yeah.
No pun intended. Graduation, we've seen so many of those. You know what? It's been a while. It's been a long time since we've had a unanimous on the show before the vote goes out to the masses. I'm in agreement with you guys. We're gonna go. Yeah, Stalker's gonna hate that. There was too much agreement for all morning. You guys were just denied. Yep. Sean, Dawn, and Nick.
What about Mama? Do we lose the signal?
Yeah, the connection. The bat said we got to get Commissioner Gordon to fix the signal.
Can they text in their vote though?
Right into their son.
The Farish.
We do right in.
Yeah. The Farish gestators.
Yes. Let's do a mail-in ballot from the Farishes to Sean, and we'll count it by, I don't know, the end of June. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Sounds like Pete, California. I like it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. We'll get that up. You guys can vote. We'll give you the results a little bit later. More of the cut sheet for about another 25 minutes, and then Phil will be in here with music. Dawn has the big three. Dawn Show, just over 30 minutes from now. We're back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey home sellers over 60. The silver tsunami is not coming. It is here. More empty nesters selling equals more competition. And here's the truth. The prepared homes will sell. The overpriced homes will sit. And the unprepared sellers will take forever to sell and for less money. Join me and my great friend Diane Cardano-Casaccio, broker, owner of Cardano Realtors, for her next home seller seminar. Tuesday, June 9th at Fort Washington for wine, appetizers, and a meet and greet with me at 5 p.m. The seminar starts at 6. Learn how to prepare early, protect your equity, avoid costly mistakes, and create your home selling game plan before the market gets more competitive. Every attendee gets a free copy of one of Diane's home selling books. As my good friend Diane Cardano says, your worst nightmare is when your home does not sell. So RSVP now. Learn what you should have done first. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.
And now, Babbel proudly presents The Cat Chat.
Bonjour, monsieur. Yes, hi. I'm staying in room 22, and I was wondering if there was anyone I could chat with about my sheets. They seem to be making me just really itchy.
Pardon, vous avez dit chat?
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I just want to chat with maybe like the cleaning service, see which detergent they use. Just a chat.
Chat.
Please, I'm so itchy.
Un instant, s'il vous plaît. Matisse? j'ai un client qui demande un chat.
Oh, my goodness. I thank you. It's just a chat, really just a...
Voilà.
What?
Sir, you requested a cat to scratch you.
Traveling mistakes can really be absurd. Learn to speak like the locals with Babbel, and no one will mistake your chat for a cat.
Sir, please. Your cat.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. BABBEL.com.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
While in the line at the grocery store, crash-proof consumer Rob Lukens met a neighbor concerned about their retirement future.
I was standing in the checkout line at a grocery store, and people were complaining about the food costs. And I happened to turn to somebody, and I heard them talking to a person behind them about their 401k. I said, "What do you do?" And they looked at me with a blank stare, and they said, "There's not much I can do." And I said, "That's sad. Can you imagine if the market goes down, that you wouldn't lose any money?" And the guy laughed and said, "That doesn't exist." And I said, "It does exist. It's a program called Crash Proof." I have not lost a penny. My wife and I are averaging over 8% a year. I wrote down the phone number and I said, call, because the earlier you start, the more money you're going to save.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Summer is here, and that means pool days and patio nights. But is your uneven concrete making your backyard feel more like a construction zone than a vacation spot? Stop worrying about stubbed toes and stumbles. Keystone Guncrete can level your pool deck and patio quickly and cleanly, saving you thousands over the cost of pouring new concrete. We'll have your backyard party ready before your water even gets warm. Head to KeystoneGuncrete.com. Remember, Guncrete is spelled with a K. Mention 1210 and we'll take $50 off your project.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is 9:28. Kayal and Company live on a Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Don Stenzel, and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker. We'll get back to the cut sheet coming up in just a few moments. Today in music history in about 20 minutes. Big Three, Dawn Show, top of the hour. But before we get back to the cut sheet, I do have some breaking news to share. And this comes from the general manager of the radio station, Road Warrior, who just sent a very important text message. This goes out to everybody doing the bike ride coming up about a month and a half from now. He says, and I quote, "Sorry for the text during the show, but please tell the team members to answer the damn jersey email sent Monday from indiebikes@gmail.com and in all capital letters, as one president has been known to use in Truth Social posts, and read the sizing chart." He says, "Thank you for your attention to this matter." So basically, the 33, 34, 35, however many riders we have, Road Warrior is leading the charge on the jerseys and the bike shorts, and he needs sizing because in order to guarantee your uniform by the time we ride on July 26th, they need to have all the sizes submitted by June 8th, which would be, I believe, this Monday, a day before the main primary, which is on Tuesday. So I think what he is telling all of you that have not responded to the email
They don't know what the they're doing.
So please read Road Warrior's email and look at the sizing chart and submit back to him the size that you need. And remember, they are
or
very,
else he's going to show
small.
up in your backyard tanning on your picnic tables.
That is correct.
You don't want that.
That is right.
Yeah.
This is a retired homicide detective of over 3.5 decades.
That's
you don't
right.
want to anger this man.
No, you do not.
And his text was very angry. He even apologized for texting me during the show. This is the general manager of the radio station. Stalker's right-hand man. Yeah?
Right.
Just saying. By the way, they run very small. I need like a 3X, and that barely zips up.
They're basically children's sizes.
Correct. Yeah, you're right. That's what they are. Because I am not a 3X. I am fat.
Or European.
Yeah. Slim fit. Slim fit. All right. So anyway, there's your PSA. Please respond to Road Warrior, guys. Check your spam. Maybe you deleted it. The email address that he uses is Indy, INDY, bikes, BIKEZ @gmail.com. One last story in the Farish Quartet. This actually occurred in Tennessee. Phil, let's go to clip 10. This is courtesy of TMZ. An elderly Tennessee movie theater worker has gone viral after a stranger raised over $140,000 through a GoFundMe for this individual and shared the news with her in an emotional moment. Let's roll clip 10.
An elderly movie theater employee is going viral after over $140,000 was raised on a GoFundMe to help her retire. 21-year-old Brooklyn Green says she was at an AMC theater in Maryville, Tennessee with her grandparents when she noticed an elderly woman pushing a cleaning cart. Feeling moved, Brooklyn recorded a video and later posted it to TikTok before launching a GoFundMe campaign. The fundraiser quickly exploded online, bringing in more than $100,000 in less than 24 hours and over $140,000 within 2 days. Brooklyn says she stopped by the theater to find the woman, and a manager told her the employee's name was Mary and that she refused to stop working because she feared things might go downhill for her. Later, Brooklyn shared with Mary how much money had been raised in an emotional, heartfelt moment.
We're here to surprise Miss Mary with her GoFundMe.
Here you go.
This is a check?
No, this is going to show you what they raised for you.
Oh my goodness. God bless you. Thank you so very much to all the wonderful people. I'm overwhelmed and certainly blessed.
This is adorable.
You know, they don't call Tennessee the volunteer state for no reason. You know, Sean, there's a lot of times people go viral for all the wrong reasons or for self-righteous reasons. And TMZ usually reports on a lot of awful things. Nice to see that there's actually some good people out there thinking about other people for once, especially in the great state of Tennessee.
Yeah, this is nice. You know, this is a really nice story. And I feel so bad for Mary, who has to work in this situation. Whatever she's been through, why she's in that situation, I don't know. But you know what? I give her credit for working, for getting up and going to work. I like this. This is what a lot of people wouldn't do. And Mary's out there making an honest living, and she was rewarded by a lot of good people. I'm sure some of them from Tennessee, some of them national, because if this thing went viral, I'm sure it got a lot of national attention. And it's nice to see money raised for somebody in a situation like this. I don't know who Mary is. I don't know, what her story is. I'm just happy to know that, she seems grateful for it. She doesn't, it's not something that I think she feels entitled to, but she obviously said she was blessed, and a good job by the 21-year-old, to take it upon herself to try and raise some money for this woman. She should be living, happily. She should not be reduced to working it. Well, not reduced. I don't mean to say that it's honest work, but, let her retire. Let her retire comfortably. $140,000, I would think, should go a long way for Mary. And so it's a nice, heartwarming story to see people raising money for, it seems to be an innocent older woman who just wants to retire instead of someone dropping racial slurs in a park like that bimbo Shiloh Hendricks or Carmelo Anthony, right?
Yeah,
who
see that story
not the
again.
basketball player, the kid who stabbed Austin Metcalf, right? The $600,000. Nice to see money going towards a what looks to be nice story here.
Yeah.
So it's happy.
Yeah.
It's good.
And kudos to Mary. We don't know her circumstances, obviously. I would imagine that she's not able to stay retired or even be retired. But unlike our crazy liberal chick on our board,
I don't want to work.
she is willing to work.
See?
And collect an
That's
honest
right.
day's pay. All right.
That's right.
Enough of the gooey stuff. Let's go from gooey to yucky. This is clip 34A, Phil. Let's go from Tennessee. A lot of connections here with Farish. We've done Long Island. We've done Tennessee. We've done Kathy Hochul. I should rephrase that. Nobody actually wants to do Kathy Hochul. We just talk about her. But that's just neither here nor there. But clip 34A, a transgender man. Remember, folks, we're right here in the beginning stretches of Pride Month. 30 straight days of nonsense. Not about the L, not about the B, not about the G or the Q, but it's the mental illness of the T. And a transgender man performs in New York City for New York City city councilors at City Hall as part of LGBTQIA plus Pride Ball 26. This would be Mom Donnie's New York City. Roll it. Come on, everybody, clap along. Yep. Come on.
What is this?
Yep. 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 Come on, man. You know you're in the mood. You're in the spirit. There we go. Yep. That was a Richard, a.k.a. now a Renee, breaking it down on your taxpayer dollars for all of your New York City Council men and women as we kick off another rendition of Pride Month. Sean Farish, I don't know what the influx of net migration to New York is. I've only ever heard of the outbound exodus of New York. I'm just going to guess that might be one of the reasons why people want to get the hell out of Crazy Town.
Because, again, the New York State legislature just passed this gestating versus non-gestating nonsense, okay? Not going to address any of the issues that are plaguing the residents of New York, whether you're upstate, downstate, left state, right state, New York City, wherever you're at, okay? That's number one. Now you have the New York City Council, which not all the members are guilty of this nonsense. I know for a fact, I would say that, Vicky Palladino, who's in there from Whitestone, Queens, probably thought this was a monumental waste of time. Vicky's somebody who I happen to love and respect a lot. We got her on the ballot in 2021, I believe, and she flipped District 19, if I'm correct, from a Democrat to Republican seat. She is a firecracker and an absolute warrior, one of the only fighters on the New York City Council. I would imagine she was not pleased with what went on there. There's much better uses of your time. But again, I ask Zoran Mamdani, the Democrats on that council, the liberals, you may think this is a great thing. That's fine. Do it after work. You are not on the city council to watch a dude in a dress break it down in the chamber. That's not what you're being paid or asked to do. How does what we just watched influence, make positive change on any of the issues in New York City? How? The answer is it doesn't. Whether you had this guy, gal, whatever that was, dancing or not, crime's still through the roof. People can't afford their rent. There's rats running all over the place. You got folks popping out of manhole covers now because they're stealing copper from the sewer. All that's still going on, whether Richard, Renee, Steve, Sarah, whatever Big Ball, whatever that person's name was in the thing, right?
Why are you gay?
No matter what happens, wherever it was, that does not solve anybody's problems.
No.
It's a waste of time, and residents of New York City should be very upset with that.
Well, I also think residents of New York are probably maybe even, I can't even say laughing because Mamdani's a terrorism sympathizer. Let's go to clip 20. And we're going to go to New Jersey. Matt Rooney has tried to save it. Jack Chitterelli tried 3 times. Zioli has tried. I don't know. New Jersey, beyond repair at this point, as a New Jersey radical Democrat with terrorism links, has won a primary. Michael Macco, whose father was unfortunately killed in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, speaks out on New Jersey Democrat Adam Hamawi. Listen and watch this.
I live in the 11th congressional district, not the 12th that Hamway is in, but I'm also a lifelong Democrat. So this really affects me that, that this is the best candidate that, or the candidate that was, that won yesterday, given his past ties and coming from, when your father was killed at the hands of terrorists while he was in his workplace, especially prior to 9/11, which was just unfathomable, at the time, it almost makes you, you become almost a single issue voter that, this is just something that, I can't look past. And, even seeing that statement from Hamao's campaign saying, that he had no ties with the Sheikh after he was arrested, it was the time leading up to him, the time that he spent with him, between 1991, 1993, when the bombing was being planned.
Yeah.
Dawn, we've covered districts 2, 7, 11, and 12 in the last week or so with either headlines, news, you name it, primaries. It's just hard to believe that a district so close to what occurred not only in 1993, but also on September 11th, 2001, could even remotely connect with any of these individuals, even if it was merely guilt by association.
Yeah.
The optics of it, especially for those that had to endure it, and God forbid, lost a loved one from this radical Islamic jihad, is sickening.
It is.
That's where we are in America right now, in some spots.
Yeah, it really is. And it's the ultimate slap in the face. And again, it's our job, because who's really talking about this?
Nobody. And
so if everybody knew that, would they feel differently? I think so. And so this is the bias by omission that we see. Nobody in the so-called mainstream media will be reporting on this.
No.
And that's that is incumbent on all of us to be aware, be educated, and just know this. And know who is behind, who's behind these elections. Who are we dealing with? I mean, it really brings me back to one of our first conversations earlier this morning, Nick and Sean, and that is, talking about a candidate in Maine that was wearing a vile Nazi tattoo, and Sean called him the Nazi tattoo guy. Mm-hmm. He should. I don't even want to say his name. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But this is the kind of thing where unless everybody talks about it and makes everybody aware, the media will never really touch on it as much.
Right. And I was thinking about this too, Sean. We can sit here and say, well, it's relegated to a district in New Jersey or New York City or insert whatever, Dearborn, Michigan. You go around the country, there's more pockets than the few I just mentioned. And then you say, well, this can never happen for the presidency or the Senate or the House or control of anything on a national level. But I want you to think about this, because elections are won primarily on the margins and in swing states. So Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, you go through the swing states that are out there. But then look at the big cities where the population is massive. Pennsylvania, you have Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. North Carolina, you have Charlotte. Arizona, you have Phoenix. Wisconsin, I don't know, Milwaukee, whatever you want to insert. Yeah. Michigan, Detroit. You get the gist here. If that becomes the predominant type of candidate in those big blue progressive cities in battleground states, in theory, it's possible that this could emerge nationally. And that's the crazy part of it.
It's not just that they're going to be the predominant candidate in those cities. That is the predominant candidate in the Democrat Party with the energy. The wind is behind the candidates that are like the Mamdanis, these terror sympathizers, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, AOC. That's the future of the Democrat Party. So if we are in a two-party system, whether we like it or not, I don't love it, but that's the reality of it, okay? Republicans aren't putting up candidates like that, but Democrats are. And in the next presidential election, I'm sure some of these issues that are, terror adjacent are going to be on their platform. It's going to happen. So I'm not saying they're going to put up a Hamawi guy like we just saw like in New Jersey, but they're going to put up someone who won't condemn him first, and then they'll move towards it. They'll get closer and closer and closer. This is the modern Democrat Party. It breaks a lot of people. So I'm a Democrat. I'm not like, well, then you don't have a home in the Democrat Party if you don't subscribe to that ideology. You just don't. Look at John Fetterman. John Fetterman thinks this type of stuff is crazy and they want him out.
Yeah.
They're not saying, yeah, he's right, keep him around.
Yeah.
They want him out. They got Nazi tattoo dude, Platner, the hedgehog honker and the porta potty guy running in Maine. You got Abdul Al-Sayed or whatever his name is in Michigan. You got this Hamawi guy. You had Maureen Galindo. She got 40% of the vote in Texas, wants to put Zionists in concentration camps. These are all things that happen, guys. Okay? Katie Wilson in Seattle, Mom Donnie. You're going to see it. That these people, but this is why Greg says AOC could be president, because she could win the nomination in her party and make it on the ballot. And now it's just, one election away from that type of person leading the country. And don't fall for the shtick of an Abigail Spanberger or a Mikey Sherrill, because they both ran as moderates. And look at them now. There are no more moderates left in the Democrat Party, save John Fetterman. That's it. And they want him out. So there you go.
I know everything.
Go away. We don't want to hear it today. 855-839-1210. All right, final clip of the day. I love this because we've seen it in Minnesota. We've seen it in California. We've known about it. Guys like Nick Shirley have done a great job on it. Then the media jumps on board. Then, of course, the DOJ and the FBI get involved, and we've seen it in many different locales. But now Kash Patel is creating a new list. I love a good list. Clip 30, here's FBI Director Kash Patel unveiling the FBI's new Top 10 Most Wanted Fraudsters list.
I want all Americans to take a look at these most wanted individuals and look at the amounts, the tens of millions and billions of dollars in fraud that they have decimated our societies from. We rely on you. Our best form of information is the American public. Take a look at this top 10 most wanted. Let us know any information. There is no bad piece of information. The only bad piece of information is the one you don't give us. So call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to FBI.gov and help us apprehend more fraudsters.
And for those without visual capabilities, here's a description of the top 10.
A male, possibly white.
A kid. Yeah, I am all for this. The amount of money, again, I've always said America doesn't have a revenue problem. It has a fiscal responsibility problem, not just on what we overspend on, but the fact that we can't even figure out where our money that has been allocated for good causes is going. And it takes something like Tim Walz being exposed for the fraud he is to drop out of running for a third consecutive term, because in Minnesota, you can, unlike Trump, he can actually run and serve a third term, but that's no more because he got exposed.
No. I'm going to do that too. I got to tell you, I have a beautiful strategy. Happy Pride Month. We're going to do this, in 2028, I'm unveiling Donna Trump. You understand that? Donna. We're going to be the first woman president. Donna. We're going to put some oranges in the shirt. It's going to be beautiful. And Donna's coming out in 2028, Donna Trump, and you can't say anything about it because that makes you a bigot, right? So you can't do that. Donna. We're going to do that. They're going to say, sir. No, it's ma'am. Ma'am, what do you want to do, ma'am?
Excuse me, Mr. President, does that make me
That's
Mel?
Madam President. That's Madam President.
Does that make me Mel?
Let's open up the phones. Would Trump change genders to get a third term? 855.
Not a chance.
It's ma'am. Jimmy, I need you to pull that. I need the ma'am on my board. We'll put it right next to the sir. And we're going to do sir and ma'am and sir and ma'am. And we're going to go back and forth.
Oh, my God.
All right. That's great. We'll come back, get to Phil Almquist. He has Today in Music History, Dawn's Big Three, Dawn Show, top of the hour, and then we'll let Ferris get out of here because he has his show coming up as well. It's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and get $365 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers. and on the sidelines, we cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Is life insurance still on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 9:54 as we wrap up with a fairish Friday. Dawn's Big Three coming up in just a few moments. Dawn Show about 5 minutes from now. And right now we wrap up the week with Sean Farish and fellow Jets fan Phil Almquist with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
We celebrate the birthday of Richard Butler from the Psychedelic Furs. Heavenly birthday shout to Tim Evans from Badfinger. We also lost Dee Dee Ramone in 2002. Sing Could You Got a Friend by James Taylor, as well as Black Knight by Deep Purple in 1970. Album Consider by Drowning Pool in 2001. Big Game by White Lion in 2009. Chickenfoot's debut as well in 2009. And Dawn by Danger Danger in 95. Also in 83, U2 played at Red Rocks near Denver. The show was released as U2 Live at Red Rocks under a blood red sky. In 77, Alice Cooper's boa constrictor died after being bit by the rat it was being fed for breakfast. Would you like me to repeat that? I could. In 71, Grand Funk Railroad smashed the record set by the Beatles when they sold out Shea Stadium in New York in under 72 hours. In 64, the Stones played their first U.S. show. In 56, Elvis appeared on the Milton Berle Show. And in 2008, James Taylor sang the national anthem at Game 1 of the NBA Finals in Boston. But lastly, on this day in 68, Robert Kennedy was shot, which of course inspired the Stones line, "Who killed the Kennedys in sympathy for the devil?" For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Don't forget This Week in Music History coming up tomorrow night. Great job, Phil. And Sean Farish, great job, buddy. We appreciate it. Have a great show. We'll chat next week.
We will chat next week. Good to see you guys again.
All right,
Love
brother.
you, Sean.
All right, see you.
There he is. Sean Farish. Now we get to the news. What's going on in Dawn's Big Three?
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group today. Yeah, for our Big Three, we do have, heads up, National Weather Service issuing air quality alerts and heat wave alerts. A code orange air quality alert. No, this has nothing to do with Democrats talking about President Trump. This is an actual weather-related code orange air quality alert. What does that mean? Especially for sensitive groups, asthmatics, anybody with any kind of breathing issues. You got to be safe because of the pollution levels and the air quality. So amid all of this heat and humidity, today the high is 94. Tomorrow, 95. A cold front will arrive later in the day tomorrow evening, hopefully bringing a few downpours and maybe some storms later in the night. We're hoping there is a chance for that because we need the rain. And then Sunday, a high of 90 degrees, so a little cooler, but still a chance Sunday at some point later in the afternoon for some isolated storms possible. We sure need the weather. We sure need the rain to hopefully break up that heat. And obviously, we're in the midst of what I told you earlier is a drought. All right. For our Big Three, we do have a good jobs report. That's good news this morning. The Bureau of Labor Stats just putting out these latest jobs numbers, reporting employers added 172,000 jobs in the month of May, last May. That figure, by the way, more than double above the estimates of all the economists polled by LSEG and reported, of course, by mainstream media, who all predicted modest gains of less than half the number. So 172K jobs. That's good news for the economy. Unemployment rate holding steady, 4.3%. So that is great news, actually, to hear that. That hopefully people are not losing their jobs, not rattled. And we do have a state-by-state number that I was looking at. It shows Pennsylvania, on the East Coast, Pennsylvania, holding steady here, 4.0%. That's good news. If you look at the highest numbers, and maybe this plays, we've talked a lot about, California being in play for the elections upcoming. But you look at the highest unemployment, it's in California, 5.5%, Nevada 5.3%. Look at the left coast of the country, Oregon 5%, and Washington State 4.5%.
Yeah, I like that number though,
Yeah.
172, and I like hearing anything economic where 47 is exceeding the expert expectations.
Yeah.
We haven't had that in a while. It's nice to hear that again because that was certainly the theme in year one in 2025.
Yeah, it's well said. I'll just look at Pennsylvania. I'm trying to find New Jersey on here. New Jersey's a little higher, 5%. Delaware 4.3. So Pennsylvania in the lower numbers,
Mm-hmm.
and then Maine, because we've talked a lot about Maine and the Susan Collins, Republican incumbent. She's up for re-election and being challenged by the guy that we've Sean dubbed the Nazi tattoo guy.
Mm-hmm.
In Maine, 4.8%, so higher than the national average, and certainly New Jersey at 5%. Florida, very low, 3.8%.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So these are some good numbers. I just wanted, it's some good economic news, and we're still waiting, as far as the Iran deal, and maybe they were saying that it wasn't going to be this high because of, people being shaky or, employers being nervous.
Yeah.
Well, these numbers would defy that and say we're still holding steady.
Yeah, and these are private sector jobs as
Yes.
well, which kind of illustrates the difference in administrations when the last administration was throwing in government jobs and adding, whereas, we mentioned about an hour, in the second hour of the show this morning, Doge and the trimming of more federal jobs. So more private jobs, less government jobs, the double win.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point that, the federal government, this was the Joe Biden administration being the fluffing up those numbers, if you will, with those huge federal jobs, and Trump had to doge those. Actually, Dan Borowski pulled these are two great reports real quick here. First, this is CNBC's Rick Santelli.
Data is out, the Made Jobs report. 172,000. Is there any doubt that this anecdotal evidence about a good labor market has been very correct? That is a really strong number. And last month, we had a revision from 115,000 to 179,000, which means the 2-month revision has got to be over 90,000. That is a good number. Even manufacturing posted a 7,000 job gain. So how strong is 172,000? That would be the best number since 185,000 in March. These are solid numbers.
Woohoo!
Money, 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 money.
Yeah, baby. Thank you, Dan. Hey, Fox News' Charles Payne, he also has a breakdown.
So unemployed less than 5 weeks, down 286,000. One of the big issues have been people losing their jobs and not being able to get one. That's phenomenal. People unemployed because of economic reasons, working part-time, that's down 137,000. Those are the little nuances that tell you, to Steve Moore's point, how great this economy is working, how great these policies are working. As far as the market is concerned, I think investors who have made a ton of money are going to be loath to just move to the sidelines. In addition to all that money and money markets and other things, you're going to see rotation. Small caps have looked great. They came out the gate strong. Equal weight stocks came out the gate strong. I think they can pick up where they sort of left off when the Iran conflict began. So I'm extremely bullish on all of this.
70,000 in the leisure hospitality business. So I wonder if there's any correlation to those numbers and what we have coming up this summer with not only the World Cup, but of course, America's 250, be interesting to see how many of those are connected.
Yes, cities like Philadelphia. I mean, we're expecting a lot of crowds. That's a great point that you make. So that's great news on a Friday. Hey, continuing our big three, number 2, heads up on the new hands-free law. Now in effect, you are not allowed to hold it while driving in PA. This is Paul Miller's law prohibiting drivers from holding a cell phone while operating a vehicle. Here's a little bit on Paul Miller's tragic story.
These pictures show a crash from 2010 that would lead to changes in Pennsylvania state law in 2025. 21-year-old Paul Miller was behind the wheel of that car, hit head-on by a tractor trailer in Hamilton Township, Monroe County.
I couldn't even identify my son at the morgue. I couldn't even identify him. He was that bad. And I kind of just whispered in his ear. I said, Paul, I don't know what caused this crash, but I will find out what it is and I will make change.
Eileen Miller did find out what caused the crash. The driver who hit her son was distracted, say to change the law, traveling to Harrisburg to tell her story.
a good solid 12 years of nonstop hard fighting for the legislation.
In 2024, all of that work finally paid off. She was there for the signing of the bill bearing her son's name. Paul Miller's law takes effect in just over 2 weeks and brings about sweeping changes. The law bans all handheld devices while driving. They can't even be used when you're at a stoplight, stop sign, or heavy traffic. There's a 12-month grace period before you can be fined $50.
It gets expensive. The fine itself is $50, but when you add the court cost into it, it turns out to be about $198.50.
Schuylkill Township Police are ready to enforce this new ban, pointing out that it's already illegal to text and drive. This bill just takes it a step further.
You can't support it with any part of your body. Even if you're stopped in traffic, you're stopped at a traffic control device, you are not allowed to be on your phone at all.
Yeah, so that's an important piece of this because a lot of people don't realize, they think, oh, I'm at a stoplight or I'm at a stop sign.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't matter. If you are sitting at a red light or a stop sign and you are holding, you think, oh, I can pick up my phone and whatever, put in the directions.
Mm-hmm. Or somebody just texted you.
Yep.
No. Just put your phone on Do Not Disturb. And then you will not get a vibration, a noise, anything. And when you park, take a look at it. I'll be live tweeting on my drive home.
Don't do it. No. So it's a $50 fine. So these types of laws have long been in place in New Jersey, as you guys know. But here's the thing: you use your phone through Bluetooth, voice activated commands, integrated vehicle systems, things like that. But you cannot at any point pick it up, hold it, interact with that device in any way while you're in your vehicle, even if you're at, like I say, stoplight, red light. Now, there are some exceptions, and that is if there's a life-threatening emergency, you're stopped or whatever, they're not going to fine you, obviously, if you're calling 911 and your life is in danger,
mm-hmm.
or you're reporting something where somebody's life is in danger. So it's $50 for the violation plus the court fees. I will also point out that in those distracted driver cases, it ups the jail time. So let's say there's a manslaughter conviction with distracted driving. It's a mandatory added 5 years in jail.
Yeah. I bet you, there's no doubt about it. If you're to look at all the accidents that occur in a given jurisdiction, distracted driving with a phone probably exceeds marijuana and alcohol.
Agreed.
I would bet. I mean, I don't have any of the numbers to back that up, but just a random guess. Yeah. No doubt about it that people are on this far more than they are vaping, smoking, or drinking something.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, and actually, that's part of the problem. How many times have you seen somebody and they're doing something, and you then adjust for them in a defensive driver way, and then you realize, oh, look at, they're on their phone.
Mm-hmm.
I had a thing, Nick. I was walking in Flowertown, and I was in the crosswalk and I was with Michael. We're walking along and going through a crosswalk. This driver who was looking down at his phone
blew right through it.
He almost, like, I actually kind of bumped off of his car,
mm-hmm.
kind of like track, when you're going, and like catapulted away from the car. I could have been killed.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, and he never stopped.
Yeah.
He's looking down at his phone, floored it, and then went down Bethlehem Pike.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I believe
crazy.
it. Yep.
People, we all have to be be defensive, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whether you're walking, pedestrian.
Yep.
Just because you have the right of way for pedestrian, my dad calls it being dead right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were right, but now you're dead.
Whatever happened to keeping your hands?
Be careful, baby.
Whatever happened to keeping your hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel? Remember that?
Oh, yes.
In driver's ed?
Yes.
Hands at 10 and 2. Does
Amen.
anybody actually drive 10 and 2? Do you drive with two hands? Dan, do you drive with two hands?
No, I don't. No, I'll be completely honest.
It's either left hand up top.
Yeah.
Right hand, even though I drive automatic, I keep my right hand like near the gear shifter for some reason. I don't know why.
Because you want to look cool.
Yeah, well, sometimes I roll I tilt my seat back and I tip my windows and I play a little Jay-Z when I'm rolling through. When I'm rolling
fully
through,
reclined when you're driving.
Yeah, when I'm rolling through West Philly for some of my errands I got to run.
You take the dice from the back seat, put them up,
turn the subwoofers up. Yeah, and then of course you go right hand high, left arm out the window on a nice day.
Oh my God.
Or if you're being really lazy, you put your hand down towards the bottom by like your kneecap if you're just in chill mode. I don't do too. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
See what you did?
You see Dawn driving through like Chestnut Hill in her Piazza HRV?
I know, right?
I hope this is the clean version.
No, I have the Herv. Yeah, I hope this is the clean version.
Exactly.
I know. And well, don't even get me started because like David likes this music that you're playing actually. And then he hates air conditioning because he's like me.
He hates air conditioning?
Yeah.
Who hates air conditioning?
It's un-American.
I know.
What?
He's the only guy. You know,
That's
he's
so
a big
weird.
guy. He's like, you know,
So 95. So 95 this weekend. 95 degrees. He will go windows down.
Yep.
Why?
And I think I don't know. It's my effect.
Does he like swamp ass?
I know that's
is that his thing?
That's what my Larry calls it swamp butt too. That's so funny. That's such a guy
That's
thing.
what it is.
But no, I'm like that. I hate air conditioning.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? Because it blows your hair?
No, it's like I'm freezing cold right now.
My girls hate most of the time they hate the windows, and so does my wife because their hair blows.
Oh, that's
and obviously
funny.
I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, that's a big concern of yours.
Yeah. I'm like, it's just, so I got to sweat. She's like, no, put the air conditioning on. I'm like, okay, that's fine. But like when it's 70 degrees out and it's beautiful and I want the windows down, I don't want to hear about the hair. I'm not putting the air
Can
on.
I take a detour and ask you a question my wife had?
Yeah. What?
Were sweatbands made for bald people?
Oh, no. I don't know.
No?
I mean, I've seen guys with hair that wear.
No, I know they do, and it's almost
Yeah.
like a style thing.
It's
but
more,
I mean,
I think it's more of a style.
like,
than
do you have a
functional
real
thing.
problem where there's a
Wait.
lot of sweat getting into your eyes because you don't have your hair to capture?
Nick, look into the camera. Let me see. No, it's an eyebrow thing. So he has good eyebrows.
Right.
Oh, so the eyebrows catch it from his eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think it's people with low energy eyebrows.
Yeah. Well, my golf hat will be drenched today. And then I'll end up with a big sweat stain on it.
Your golf visor.
And I'll have to throw it away. And then Kristen will get mad that I bought a new one. It's a whole thing.
Wait, I thought you had an appointment.
No. This is later today. So it's 320, which will still be 100 degrees.
We just got to get rolled because of that appointment. Huh?
You bought another golf hat? Yeah. Did you see that white stain across the blue hat? I'm not wearing that anymore.
So you're speaking about stinky stuff. That brings us to our big three. Number 3, stanky. In this case, stanky fish cooking in the lunchroom microwave, which, think about a dirty cop, dirty work, dirty cop in a different kind of way. So take a look at this clip.
They know I can smell it.
So what we have here is the B-roll of the Myrtle
of the
Beach.
story, and then we'll go to it?
No, we don't have the story
We
itself
don't
from a
have
local. I mean, you can take a local.
No, I thought we were going to go to the
Yeah,
dirty
you have
work
this.
movie.
Detective is facing charges.
Oh, you wanted that? All right.
That's all right.
Because you had the greatest pull of the morning. Look at what Dawn had me pull, Nick. You remember this movie?
Detective, 46-year-old Michael DeBias, arrested, charged, and fired, accused of pulling his gun out on a fellow officer who was heating up his lunch. Stanky fish in the microwave.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
cop on
serious
cop threatening over.
Stanky fish.
It is disgusting.
Yeah, I mean,
It happens here all the time.
Yeah,
It's
there are ought to see
gross.
people in the sales department or on the low energy stations that'll come over to our neck of the woods and
Nasty.
start heating up some stanky
I don't want your
leftovers.
flounder in my microwave.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
disgusting.
What's worse, the cologne in the workplace, the poor microwave reheating etiquette, the lack of flushing or using wipes when you're told not to use them in the facilities? A lot of workplace violations, although I've never pulled out my firearm and threatened anybody.
No. So this one, this cop actually, and they released the statement saying this does not reflect on the values demonstrated by the men and women of the Myrtle Beach Police Department. I realize Greg Stocker loved Myrtle Beach.
He did.
So I'll have to find on Monday an update.
I don't know why he came back, to be honest. I would have just stayed in Myrtle Beach. But that's just me.
But I mean, this is a crazy story. He was so mad. It's like, who does that?
Yeah.
With the stanky fish.
Well, you know what? I'm actually going to applaud this officer. In fact, that's the kind of mindset I need for guys that are patrolling the southern border or protecting the president. You know what? Trump should hire this guy for Secret Service. If he's not going to allow one of his fellow officers to reheat some bad haddock or tuna, imagine the way he'll protect the president.
Exactly.
This guy should lead the Secret Service.
He's a bad dude.
He
and
is.
he's unemployed, so you got that going on.
He's not part of the 172,000 jobs
I know.
that were added. He's part of the subtraction.
Tie it all together there, Nick.
I know.
Yep.
Did you have a report, or did we do it, Nick? I mean,
No, I don't have a report.
Dan,
It was just
okay.
a local.
You just had the local
news
thing.
talking head with the B-roll kind of.
So,
standard.
yeah, that's like the big story. They're just grateful to have a big story in Myrtle Beach.
I know. The
You know
last
what
big
I'm
story
saying?
they had was when Stalker fell off his surfboard, too.
They have shootings there all the time.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Myrtle Beach?
Not good.
Yeah.
And college kids probably, right?
Isn't like called Dirty Myrtle a lot of times?
Is that what they call it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not necessarily.
Has your son started calling it Dirty Myrtle yet?
I don't have a son.
No, Dawn's.
No.
Not that I know of.
They've never. My sons have never been in Myrtle Beach.
Okay.
Wait, your kids are down in Carolina and they haven't gone to Myrtle
Yeah, that's
yet?
what I'm
No.
saying, right?
Well, that's why. It's because Dawn picks them up every weekend. They don't have
Not
time.
every weekend, but he is home now.
They study and then they come back home each weekend. It's like going to Penn. It's like a Penn State branch campus.
or commuting to Temple
commuting
from the
to
Lehigh
Temple.
Valley,
I
right?
know.
It keeps you out of trouble.
You know, I should actually. Everybody talks about reparations. The amount of dollars
Reparations.
that I wasted for 2 years commuting to Temple and then commuting to the sports station for 6 years every day.
Wow. That's a lot of drive.
Who wants to create a GoFundMe for me? For my
Good luck
past
with that.
atrocities.
Good luck with
Travel
that.
expenses.
Outrageous.
Nick Kayal. So I know you have to get out of here.
Yeah, and by the way,
have,
do you know how
what?
ridiculous it is that when you have a procedure done, you have to go prior with mild anesthesia being used. You have to go for a consultation on the possible side effects of what it's like to be mildly sedated. You know what that is? That's a money grab. That's another stupid copay.
Oh, because
I love being sedated.
But it's like when the dentist, they charge you like $50 to say, here's a demonstration on how to properly brush your teeth.
Yes.
Although Bryce Harper clearly never had that demo.
No, because he just shoots the toothpaste right out of the tube into his mouth.
All right.
Chris Eppolito with some travel advice says the best place to stay in Myrtle Beach, anywhere outside of Myrtle Beach.
Wow. So, Nick, when you come back on Monday, is your nose
No, I'll be good.
gonna look different?
Tuesday's the procedure. It's
Oh.
45 minutes. All I have to do is wear some gauze up my nose
Comes back look like Michael Jackson.
for 8 hours. I'll take it out when I go to bed, and I'll be good.
Wait, did you hear what Dan just said?
Yeah, I heard that.
2 holes in his face.
Yeah.
You're gonna have like a
Nick's Neverland Ranch.
I joke, but
like
then
a little movie star nose.
That's right.
Let's knock on wood.
Unlike Michael Jackson, who went from being black to white, I'm
Be
going to come
safe,
back
bro.
black. It's going to be like the reverse Sammy Sosa.
And with hair.
And with hair. What if I came back with a fro?
And like a Janet Jackson nose.
Yeah.
You know, like a little teeny.
And I'll start singing Billie Jean.
Well, be safe,
All right, have a
baby.
good show.
Thank you, Nick Kayal.
All right, guys, have a
And
good weekend.
Yeah, you have a great weekend. Stay cool. Don't listen to the girls. Put the AC on. Heat wave. We also do have, speaking of medical procedures, I know that you've all been praying for Rich Zioli, so we're going to have Richie coming up in the next hour, right?
Yes, we will.
So you get to hear from Zioli, and we've been worried about him and praying for him after his heart procedure, heart surgery. So Zioli is back. So we'll get the update from Rich. But we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Just visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield. Take advantage. 2.99% financing for 36 months on the popular 2026 CRV and the CRV Hybrid. Shop online today, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com, sponsoring this Big Three. Woohoo! It's Friday. We have some great stories for you. Stay tuned. Dawn Show continues right after this.
Make growing your savings